Mwai. This is Mwai. Mwai. The famous Mwai.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Kindly, those who are outside, we beg you come in so that we begin. Please, let's settle down. Time is ticking and we need to start beginning. My name is Daniel Sila. I'll be the MC for the first session of the morning today. And I hope we will be able to move on today very well. Kindly, those who are outside, we are begging that you come in so that we begin today. We are here because we want to celebrate the third Kenya National Food Fortification Summit, which is an event we have planned for a while. And I think this being the third session, we're very grateful to have all of you. A warm welcome to everyone who has really dedicated a moment today to come and be with us in this celebratory moment. I think also it's very important to think about it. This is 10 years since the mandatory food fortification agenda was adopted by our government of Kenya. And this is a big milestone for our government. And this is why we need to sit here together. And I will call ourselves the allied forces for food fortification. The guys who drive food fortification in the country to move forward. But before we begin, I will request that we start with a word of prayer. John, if John, you are here, please, you can start us off.
Good morning, everyone. We could kindly stand for a word of prayer. Let's pray. Father God, we thank you and we bless your name. Thank you for this day that you have made. We thank you, Lord, for allowing us to be here. Thank you for every planning that has taken place. We ask, Lord, that you will guide us this day. We pray, Lord, every discussion, deliberation, my Father, that is going to be fruitful. And at the end of it, Lord, we'll remember to give you glory and praise. In Jesus' name we pray and believe. Amen.
Thank you very much, John. I think, colleagues, I will call upon you to look at our program. We are here for a little bit, half a day. So we need to be able to really follow the program a little bit strictly and to really see that we fulfill our agenda. So we will have some introductions immediately after this. We will have welcome remarks, and then based on that, we will go to the objectives of the day. And then we'll get a little bit of the nutritional situation of our country by Leila. Soon after that, we will have two presentations. We will have a panel discussion, and then we will have remarks from the various organizations. Then soon after that, we will welcome our chief guest. And then, very important is to recognize and award those who have been brilliant over the last 2 years. This is very important, and I think we all need to be able to recognize celebrating success is very important, and this is the moment where we need to be able to really get together and see that this is done in the right way. So I want to recognize the efforts of everyone who has been here today, and I want to call these allied forces for food fortification begin with our leadership. We have the leadership of our national government. So since we cannot say all our names, I would say I will be calling groups, and I will recognize the leader of each of the groups together with their battalion. So we have the national government led by our chief guest, Dr. Obuya. So if you are a representative from national government, kindly rise up. National government representatives, this is the leadership that has brought us here. This has been an idea mooted by national government, but supported by all the other partners. And we thank the national government for helping us to be where we are and for giving us strategic direction and guidance. We have the people who help the national government to do this. So the representatives from devolved government, if we have anybody from counties, please, this is the moment to rise up. So really, we have 47 battalions. You can see the apex is thin, but where the rubber meets the road, these are the people. Thank you very much. You can sit down. We can't achieve food fortification without having the industry. So if you are representing either the milling sector, wheat, maize, the salt industry, or the oil industry, kindly rise up. Kindly rise up. You can see also here, the government can never achieve food fortification without the industry. And this is very important. We recognize you. Thank you very much. Industry and government works through development partners, and this is the oil which helps actually in doing this, and also helps in setting up the policy environment for stimulating what the government wants to do. So I want to request all the development partners who are here to rise up, please, kindly. You can see also the government is really well supported. Thank you very much. I want to say we are several bodies here. We have, I'll start with, I think just from my table here, we have GAIN, I think represented by the director. We have TechnoServe, represented by the director. I recognize the director. We have NI, the director, country director is sitting somewhere. Yeah, we have Sangu. I've seen Sangu. Very good. We have World Food Program. Yeah, we have UNICEF. Have I forgotten anybody? Any development partner? DSM. So we recognize all development partners who are here. We have universities, so if you are a representative from university, you can also rise up. I'm standing, we have Peter there, and I have a few other people logistically, sitting in different places. Media, we have the media. I think we can't achieve what we want to be able to achieve without rightful communication. So we will be joined by several media groups, but you can see our paparazzis are still documenting what we are doing. Very important. We also have groups which lead the industries. And I see CMA here. Paloma, you might rise up. We have the Grain Millers Owners Association, Ken. I don't know whether the lead for the salt industry is already here. You can rise up. Very good, very good. Oil industry, the lead. Maybe they are coming. So all of us are very important, and this is why we are here. Kindly, I would request that we make it really a day. Yes. Yes, I'm being reminded there are students. If you are a student, please. Students, they are part of it. They make everything run. Knowledge is very important. Co-creation of knowledge and informing what we do through knowledge is very important. So with that, I think we have been able to really recognize those who are here. So the whole fraternity for food fortification is here. I want to thank you. So to welcome us, I will request one of the senior government officers, Brenda, to come and give the welcome address. Podium, please.
Good morning, everyone. Morning once again. Are we happy to be here? Are we happy to be celebrating this particular day? Well, I'm not going to say much. Mine was just to welcome each and every one of you. Can you imagine if you didn't come, this function would not have really happened. So we are not taking it we are not taking, how do I put it? I'm so excited until I don't know what I want to say. You're not taking it as for granted, thank you. For granted, so yeah, so feel at home, each of you. I just want to again re-emphasize all the people who have already been mentioned before, because without some of you would not be able to have done what we've done today. I'll start again with our development partners. And I really want to even pronounce the names. WFP, the Deputy Country Director, Anna, thank you so much with your team for coming to grace this occasion. GAIN, Country Director, Ruth, we are very happy to have you around. And Country Director, Martha. Hi, darling, how are you? Welcome. TechnoServe Country Director is one. It's global director, not country. Yes. Then Sanku, Felicitas, the grandmother of food fortification. If there's nobody who doesn't know her in food fortification, then I don't know. Then I'll not forget the industry, and majorly the people who have been in the leadership in the industry. I recognize each and every industry, but I want to take this special opportunity to recognize Cereal Millers Association, Paloma, and her team. Asante sana for the good flour that we see on the markets. And not forgetting the guys who are doing the medium and small-scale millers, GMOA, Ken, my good friend, Karibu sana. Then the universities again, because without Professor Sila and team, if we don't recognize you now, we'll forget you completely. Wherever you are, thank you so, so much. And again, we were reminded about the students who are here. I know majority of us are students doing one thing or the other. So when they called students, I was expecting a number of us to stand up. I'll not forget to thank the leadership of the Ministry of Health, Dr. Abuya, for coming in to really grace this occasion. Thank you for leaving your very busy schedule to just be here to see us through this. And I'm sure when you go back to report to the top leadership, you'll be able to give a very good report of what we are doing as food fortification. With that, I just wish to welcome each and every one of you once again, and let's enjoy ourselves. Feel free and feel at home. Asante sana.
So a big round of applause for Brenda. I do it a little bit differently because we have to appreciate somebody in a good way. So when I say give, you give a thunderous one big one. So let's give up. Thank you. Very simply like this. So with that, I think now, without wasting a lot of time, I will now invite Leila Akinyi to give us the objectives and now to give the nutritional situation of our country. Leila, wherever you are, kindly. Logistics, so we will wait a little bit as Leila puts her house in order. But this is an interesting day, so think about what you want to say. Later on, we'll have an interactive session where we'll have the panel discussion. It will be very nice if you have a certain message. To measure success, you must really kind of take stock of what you have been able to do successfully. Number two, you must have looked at where you slackened a little bit, where you would have done slightly better and see what can be better to bring this to a successful moment. You must also look at where do you want to go. You have had this level of achievement, you had these challenges, and these barriers can be overcome this way, but then lay strategies for the next steps. So I think reflect about it as they are setting their house in order so that during the panel discussion, you can ask succinct questions based on really your experiences. Share a little bit of what you have, but I want people to be very specific to the point, yeah? So that we are not giving stories which will keep us the entire day here. Be straight to the point so that we move forward. Leila, it's coming. So I think we will try to move the day in such a way that we make it really lively for all of us. Those who will be speaking about the remarks from different organizations, be brief to the point. The message that matters, that these people need to carry home. We know we have a large package, but I think it's good to, I'll call it distill, filter and give us the most important thing you need to be able to really want people to remember, and things which will resonate with where we want to go tomorrow. So Leila is ready, so I think we will allow her to take the floor. Thank you very much.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. I am so excited to see you today. On behalf of the head of the division, Veronica Kirogo, the Director, Nutrition and Dietetic Services in the Ministry of Health. She was not able to be here today, but we are happy to still hold the fort. Myself and Mwai and Brenda, you have seen us, so we are able to hold the fort for her. Thank you. Yeah, so welcome again. Just as Brenda has said, mine is to just highlight the objectives and appreciate the people who are attending the meeting, especially our major collaborators, the industry. You are very much welcome. The objective of this Fortification Summit 2024 is we want to be able to assess progress made in fortification in the last decade. That is what we really want to do. We appreciate that a lot of efforts really started in 2014, as much as the regulation was put in place in 2012. The outcome of this meeting that we expect is that we will be able to have shared best practices and innovation in food fortification. That's the first outcome. The second one is we would also want to see the Food Fortification Strategy 2023-2027 and the training guidelines for small and micro maize millers launched. So we are going to launch the Food Fortification Strategy 2023-2027 and the training guidelines for small and micro maize millers. As I said earlier, as we assess progress, we are really appreciating the fact that we are now getting into the ones who are really making us access food at the lowest level through the small and micro maize millers. Another outcome is we will also recognize the best performing industries in food fortification and reward them. So we will have a very beautiful ceremony towards the end of this meeting, just to recognize the best performing industries. And the last one is we will also we expect a final outcome where we will commit again to food fortification and we'll also make a call to action. So that is again one of the key highlights we will do. As you know from the introduction by the MC, that we have many collaborators in this. We have the industry, we have government, we have partners, and so we will do a call to action at the end of this meeting and also make fresh commitments again to food fortification. So I'll go straight to the presentation, which is the nutrition situation for Kenya. So I'll just give highlights. This is a make or break presentation. So, and just to give us encouragement why we reach out to industry for some of our pieces of work. If you look at this current slide that is projected at the moment, we notice the relative impact of different levels of interventions. When we look at the arrow that is on the, let me see, the arrow that is on your left, we have a word written there, increasing population impact. There are certain interventions. If you look at that diagram, it looks like a pyramid, and there are certain interventions that have higher impact at population level. Like we have almost 50 million Kenyans now in our population. Which interventions impact the 50 million at scale? So we have socioeconomic factors, and we also have changing the context to make individuals' default decisions healthy. So those two have higher impact at population level, impacting many people at a go. The second one, which is making individual default decisions healthy, is when you put an intervention that whether someone likes it or not, they have to buy this product or they have to use this particular facility. For example, even restriction of marketing of unhealthy food. When you restrict marketing of unhealthy food, there's more impact because by default, healthier products will be available to the population. So I just wanted to encourage you with that borrowed slide from Public Health Action, America Journal for Public Health. So the burden of malnutrition in Kenya, unlike developed countries, is triple. So we have, at the same time existing in the country, undernutrition. I'm the one who is supposed to move the slides, sorry. Yeah, sorry. So we have a triple burden of malnutrition. We have undernutrition, which comes in three forms. We have stunting, wasting, and underweight. We have overnutrition, that is overweight and obesity, and also we have micronutrient deficiencies. Sometimes these three exist in one person, so you can find Leila here having overweight, obesity, having stunting, and having micronutrient deficiency in the same body. We can also have the three existing in a household where a child is stunted, a mother is overweight, obese, and all the people in the family have a form of micronutrient deficiency or another. Then we also have these three existing at population level. So you will find in Kenya, some areas of the country have high burden of wasting, like the arid and semi-arid counties, which I will demonstrate at a later stage. They have higher burden of wasting, that is to the weight for height. Because of this acute shortage of food, then they really lose weight very fast. And another part of the country, and I will demonstrate it at a different time, we have overweight, obesity, and related non-communicable diseases there. Another part of the country has stunting, high burdens of stunting. And those parts that have high burden have very good food. So those are the burdens that we have in Kenya. Yeah. I may have shared the wrong slide. I was being hurried to give slides. I don't believe that is the right one. I don't know whether I'm able to project mine. Allow me to correct that. Sorry. I was being asked to send the slides for central projecting. I may have sent the wrong one. Let me just see. Maybe it is there. Yeah, so let me just do this slide and then I will see whether I'll get the others, even if it's this not the final one. So we have the effects of malnutrition, and through the Kenya Bureau of Statistics, Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, with our sister bureau, that is the Kenya Institute of Public Policy and Research, we looked at the effects of malnutrition on different levels, effects to health, effects to education, and effect to productivity. And that is what we are demonstrating in that slide, that there is effect of malnutrition in terms of increased risk of morbidity and mortality that is related to mental and physical development. And globally, we note, this is evidence-based analysis, that 45% of all children deaths, these are children less than 5 years, are directly associated with undernutrition. And we also have economic impact of that fact to health. The burden, when it was assessed along that was KDHS 2014, and the GDP for 2014, it costed the country 18.6 billion Kenya shillings, because we did our cost of hunger study for Kenya that time. The effects to education. An undernourished child. Children join school in Kenya when they are 4 years old. At that time, malnutrition has impacted their cognitive and emotional well-being in a big way. By the time they're joining school, so much damage has been done if the child was malnourished. As I can show you, in the previous slide, those are the photo on the left, on your left, which is on my right. These are the brains of 2 children when a CT scan was done on them, showing the growth, the brain growth, when the child is 3 years old. So the one side, the one that looks smaller is a stunted child, and the one that is big is a well-nourished child. And there's actually demonstration of the impact of suboptimal feeding on the child. So a child who is undernourished is at risk of cognitive and physical impairment. So already this child is joining school and the brain is suboptimally developed. And it has impact on the quality of life of a child in adulthood. So we simulated what would happen, because this child, potentially, they would undergo class repetition because they are not cognitively able to go through schooling, the normal schooling, because their brain is not fully developed. And the repetition, class repetition, is higher among stunted children at 6.7% compared to non-stunted children, which is 2.8%. And the economic impact, we are saying this impact flows into adulthood. It actually costed the government of Kenya 3.2 billion, which is equivalent to, this is cost to the education sector because of the repetition. The simulation was costed, and it costed 3.2 billion, which is 0.06% of the GDP of 2014. Then we also costed the effect to productivity. I hope you're following that this is a child who is born already with disadvantages. Then they become adults. So the simulation looks at now the productivity of this individual child in adulthood. They are less productive in terms of manual and non-manual labor than non-stunted workers. And the total effect of this child undernutrition to the productivity in adulthood was costed to be 3.52 billion Kenya shillings, which was 6.5% of the GDP of 2014. So when we total this cost, the cost to health, education, and productivity, it costed the country 373 billion Kenya shillings, which is 6.9% of the GDP of 2014. And this we did because of the stunting of 2014, and we aligned it to the GDP of 2014. So the huge losses implies that there is need for concerted multi-sectoral efforts to address malnutrition. So and I will demonstrate at a later stage, addressing malnutrition is very multifaceted, it is multidisciplinary and multi-sectoral. So we usually start from the top, where we ensure there's an enabling policy environment to address the issues that I've highlighted, and I will go into the specific nutrition situation in Kenya. So we have a very good constitution that has even entrenched the rights to nutrition in the Constitution in Article 51 and 53 and 43 of the Constitution of Kenya. We have a policy, the Food and Nutrition Security Policy. We also have the Vision 2030 and also our planning documents like the health policy and the action plan. So some of the key strategies that we have put in place is strengthening governance, integrating nutrition in policy documents, establishing multi-sectoral actions and coordination and action plans, legislation to address macronutrient deficiencies, which I will also talk about food fortification, acts like the Breast Milk Substitutes Act and the support for breastfeeding at workplaces, which we have Article 71 and Article 72 of the Health Act that requires every employer to establish lactation stations. So I will go to the, yeah, I thought I really had the wrong slides. So as I address that one, you can go to the next presentation, and then I see whether I can send you. So just project the one for overview of fortification. Yeah, I'm wondering where. Let me see.
Just a small logistic issue. I think we are correcting this to take 1 or 2 minutes. But very important is Leila is laying the foundation. You can see how much money we are losing economically. 374 billion, yeah, due to malnutrition-related troubles. She has categorically brought in the aspect of education. Did you see the brain? One brain which looked fiery, and another one which was standard, which looks less fiery. This is what it means. You give your child the right nutrition. You, at the beginning, within the first 3 years, allow the brain of that child grow to full potential. Nani mwenye apendi mtoto wake akiwa mzuri? See, shule results, when the results come out, when the kid does very well, everybody is saying, huyo ni mtoto wangu. Si ndio? Mtoto akifanya vibaya unaambiwa wewe ni wa mamako, wewe ni wa babako. Si ndio? There is blame at home. But this is largely due to nutrition-related things. So what Leila is telling us, if you give the child the right nutrition from the beginning, that becomes glory to everybody. This is my child. You celebrate my child out of the potential for 500 in whatever. You hear 413, 430, whatever. Good grades, and good grades are cultivated this way. So this is why Leila is categorically telling us that we need to be able really to look at this. Our objectives are clearly also been stipulated. You are ready? Okay.
Yeah, so I request you go back to the original presentation again. I've just sent you the right one. You can just go back to the one I was presenting. Sorry for that, my sincere apologies. Did you get it? Okay. So I'll continue as they bring it up. So some of the key strategies we have put in place in addressing, I've looked at the key strategies in terms of the specific, oh, thank you. So I will just go to that slide. We also need to highlight some of the non-communicable diseases that we have, but let me not, because of time, let me not just emphasize on that. So I was at the key strategies, these ones. So we have also put in place measures to ensure we improve and strengthen governance and integrate, this one I've done, yeah. We also have micronutrient supplementation programs. So we also supplement children 6 to 59 months with vitamin A and iron folic acid supplements for pregnant women attending public health facilities. We also ensure we manage children who have acute forms of malnutrition by treating them, deworming prophylaxis for school-age children, and strategies with the Ministry of Agriculture so that they produce optimal foods for us to be able to address malnutrition. We also have government-funded school meals program and other social safety nets programs in the Ministry of Labor and Social Protection, and also National Drought Management Authority has the hunger safety net program. So when we look at the nutrition situation in terms of wasting, this is the slide I was looking for. I realized I was in the wrong place. Generally, in terms of stunting for Kenya, we have really improved from 2014, which is where we simulated the cost to the economy. The stunting that time was 26%. Now our stunting levels are at 18%. And we also have noted an overall improvement in stunting and also huge variances across the population. So we also have if you look at the burden, the graphs, the two graphs, okay, the two graphs in the middle, the two graphs, now the one in the middle, it shows the top 5 counties with the highest burden of stunting. We have Kilifi at 37%. Why we reflect with you on stunting is because of the importance of micronutrients like iodine and zinc for growth and development, and vitamin A also for growth and development. So we highlight stunting, which is why the brain may not be able to grow optimally. And if in a county 1 in 3 children under 5s are stunted, there's a big problem. That is actually reflecting what is happening in the country. So we are at 18% in the country, but some counties have higher burdens. West Pokot 34, Samburu 31, Meru 25%. So in Meru, 1 in 4 children. In Kitui, 1 in 4 children. But we also acknowledge Kitui has greatly improved between 2014 and 2022, from 45% to 25% stunting levels. So we also need to know what did Kitui do very well. At the middle there, the blue bar is the national level, which is 18%. And then we have counties that have low levels. In 2014, the lowest level was 15%. That was Nyeri County. But now we have 3 counties with 10% or less stunting levels. That is Murang'a, Kisumu, and Garissa. We also have Kirinyaga at 11 and Nairobi County at 11%. Let me highlight Nairobi County. The population of Nairobi County is around 5 million. So as much as they are doing well in terms of stunting, the numbers are high. So Nairobi would take almost over 100,000 children who are stunted in Nairobi. So again, the burden in terms of the absolute numbers is very critical for us. So we see the bar on the left. On your left, we are seeing very good progress in terms of stunting reduction, where somewhere in 2003, we were at 40%, and then 1993, then we went to 38, 36. Then in 2008, we were at 35. Then 2014, 26%, then 18%. So the map on your right also shows the reflection of the entire country, and we see the 3 counties that are at 10% or less, that is Kisumu and Garissa, and also Murang'a is 10%. So we are doing, generally, in terms of progress, we are doing very well. And we must acknowledge even our fortification partners because of this good progress. Yeah, so the other burden that we usually experience is too thin for height, that is wasting. Children under 5 who are thin for their height. It is usually an acute form of malnutrition. It is rapid onset because of inadequate access to food. So the highest prevalence of wasting is in arid and semi-arid areas because of the cyclic droughts and the resultant food insecurity that is experienced in those arid and semi-arid counties. And I must qualify, these are the ones that really give the national government and the county governments the highest budget, because we have to treat these children early enough to prevent the rapid deterioration. So at any given time, if you look at on your right, if you look at the boxes on your right, on the top right of the slide, at any given time, every 6 months, we have around 900,000 children in need of treatment of acute malnutrition. Around 900,000 children every 6 months. Severe forms, almost 200,000 children need treatment for a severe form. These are children, if we don't do anything, the probability of losing them is very high. So again, that is the burden where we have. And when we measure this among pregnant and lactating women, it is around 144,000 women in need of treatment. Now, the burden itself, based on the Kenya Demographic Survey for wasting, which is too thin for height for children under 5s, we increased a bit from 4% to 5%, because when we were collecting the Kenya Demographic Health Survey, it was the third failed rain season, especially in the arid and semi-arid counties. So the burden actually increased by 1 percentage point to 5%. But we also have now very high levels in arid and semi-arid counties, Wajir leading with 22%, Turkana 22%, Marsabit 20%. So the top 10 burdens are in arid and semi-arid counties. These ones, why I'm emphasizing, is different from stunting. Stunting is a chronic form of malnutrition where it's wrong decisions over a long period of time, but wasting is sudden onset. Yeah, so when we look at micronutrient deficiencies, we also see anemia and iron deficiency anemia and iron deficiency playing out again in the population and certain cohorts. So at national level, this is data for 2011. We usually do 10-year surveys for micronutrient status. So in 2011, 23% of the population had anemia. 18% had iron deficiency, and 12% had iron deficiency anemia. But if you look at your left and the bars in the middle, which is for pregnant women, the one that has the highest bar is for pregnant women. At that time, 41% were anemic. 41% pregnant women anemic. That is not good. We also had, for preschool children, 26% were anemic. So these are some of the reasons why we put accelerated efforts around micronutrient deficiency, prevention and control. Vitamin A deficiency among preschool children is at 9%, that is on your right, and 52% have a marginal form of vitamin A deficiency. So we also have generally an increase in overweight, obesity in the population. And when we look at women of reproductive age 20 to 49 years, we see a rapid increase in overweight, obesity in the country from 28% in 2003 to 45% in 2022. So again, as much as we look at the malnutrition, where we have undernutrition, we also cannot forget the increasing burden of obesity, plus its resultant non-communicable diseases such as diabetes and hypertension. So this is just a slide to demonstrate the different age groups among children under 5 and the ones that are highly affected. We see anemia playing out higher among children 6 to 11 months. This is a time when they are now getting additional food from beyond breast milk. So the bars on your left, and also playing out higher in children 12 to 23 months. So the next slide shows the prevalence of zinc deficiency in the population. We also fortify our products with zinc, the flours, And generally, we are seeing high levels of zinc deficiency across the population, above 60 or 70%, playing out in different populations like preschool children, and also men are also affected here. So other micronutrients that we fortify with is folate and vitamin B12, and we also see here among women of reproductive age 15 to 49 years, the deficiency levels are 30.9% for folate, that is folic acid deficiency, and 34% for vitamin B12. This is just a slide to show the burden of overweight obesity across the population, across the different age groups. So it's just an important slide. As much as we are saying it's 38%, but we also see almost the entire population is above 25%, almost 40 counties. The overweight obesity burden is above 25%, but Kirinyaga takes the lead at 62%, 65%, then followed by Nyeri, Murang'a, Nairobi. That's why I was telling you the burdens play out in different counties differently. This is a very important slide in terms of key drivers for suboptimal dietary intake. I will explain it a bit so that you understand why we fortify, why we give supplements as a stopgap. Suboptimal dietary intake is usually the main factor. So before I explain the slide, I will generally say only 32% of our children get the minimum acceptable diet, and only 37% get the optimum dietary diversity. These are children 6 to 23 months. So suboptimal feeding is a very big factor why we sometimes put interventions. So overall, complementary feeding indicators require a lot of improvement across the counties, where we note that our interventions in terms of promoting healthy eating is working, demonstrated by minimum meal frequencies. The feeding practices in terms of number of meals given to children 6 to 23 months, in terms of meal frequencies, we are above 70%, 71%. That is the number of meals that are given to these children. But the quality of the meals is the issue. So our question is it an issue of access to the food? Because government may not be able to feed its, like in terms of buying food for every child, it's the prerogative of the families. So even if we promote healthy eating, are they able to purchase the quality of food that they need? So we note that, if I will now just direct you where to look. So we have several columns. The third column, so the first column are the counties. These are the data that we have, very recent data. The third column, which has a lot of red, shows minimum acceptable diet. There are some counties, only 8% of children get minimum acceptable diet. This is the kind of diet that we expect the child to have every day. They should have 3 meals a day. They should also have 4 types of food groups a day without breast milk. So when you add breast milk, it is 5 food groups. So every day they should have 5. So only 8% in Garissa access that. Only 11% in Turkana access that. And the red is 20% or less. So we find almost like 9 out of 11 counties or 12 counties may not be able to access the minimum acceptable diet. We also have an indicator. Let me tell you which one to look at. The first column, which is minimum dietary diversity. So we also measure diet quality by the number of food groups. So number of food groups they are supposed to consume a day. At least they should eat a vegetable, as protein source. It could be animal or plant, a staple like ugali or that, and then also eggs and other forms of very nutritious food, and dairy. So those are the ones that we measure. So in terms of dietary diversity, when we look at Garissa, only 13% of the children access the dietary diversity that is required. Marsabit, 18%. The highest here was Kajiado at 50%. Meaning on a daily basis, the quality of diets in our population is very poor. We will share the slides. Then you look at the bars, the columns on your left, on your right, these ones, where there's a lot of red. Those are showing the access of the specific commodities like flesh, foods, eggs, and vitamin A. So now you will take me to the other presentation so that I talk quickly about overview of food fortification. So I will also talk for 5 minutes about the food fortification. I've just expressed where we are at in terms of nutrition situation. So we have micronutrient deficiencies of public health concern. As I said, why? Brain development, immunity, growth, general growth and development. These micronutrients are very important. So these are the micronutrients of public health concern in Kenya. Iron, folic acid, iodine, vitamin A, zinc. If we don't have them as a minimum, then our children and our population generally will be disadvantaged in terms of even competing with the developed world. So I have already talked to micronutrient deficiencies, and the detriment to this is to growth, immunity, and health. So major cause of factors for micronutrient malnutrition are inadequate access to a variety of food, lack of knowledge of dietary practices, and high incidence of infectious diseases. And the public health implications, is reduced physical development, impact on pregnancy outcomes, reduced cognitive development, and economic impact, which I've already explained. So I've already talked to the key interventions, so I will just go straight to food fortification, which is deliberately increasing the content of essential vitamins and minerals in our food to improve the nutritional quality and provide a public health benefit with minimal risk to health. So the benefits of fortification is it minimizes the risk of it prevents or minimizes the risk of occurrence of micronutrient deficiency in our population and specific population groups. So either it will prevent when you fortify or minimize a risk of occurrence of a deficiency. It also contributes to correcting. It has been demonstrated that you can correct micronutrient deficiency at population level using fortification. Fortification is also a potential strategy for improving nutritional status and dietary intake that may be or may become suboptimal due to changes in dietary habits or lifestyle. To change habit takes time. To change lifestyle takes time. So fortification helps in just boosting these interventions. So our criteria for selecting food fortification, or these are the general criteria when you're selecting a vehicle. The vehicle is what carries the fortificant. Why did we choose maize? Why did we choose oil? Why did we choose salt? The selection is influenced by the availability of that vehicle at total population level. When we look at 50 million Kenyans, that vehicle, is it available across the population? Is it acceptable, affordable, and frequently consumed? Is it processed centrally? And will it result, that vehicle, to that vehicle a change in taste, texture, or appearance or color? Or will it result in loss of added micronutrients during cooking, mixing, transport, or storage? So all these factors guide us when we are choosing the vehicles to use for fortification. So the common food vehicles in Kenya, so vehicles, as I've explained, is what carries the fortificants in Kenya. We have table salt that carries for us iodine. Maize and wheat flour is the vehicle that carries for us 9 micronutrients. 7 of them are vitamins and 2 of them are minerals. Vegetable oils and fats carries for us vitamin A, and at a voluntary level, sugar carries for us vitamin A. So these are the milestones we have had in terms of universal salt iodization. So you realize iodizing salt is not mandatory because we have actually gained. We started it in 1970, and we have gained a lot of traction. We started in 1970, and we had a standard for salt iodization. In 73, we revised it to have 50.5 milligrams per kg, and in 1978, we made it mandatory. In 1989, the standard was revised to have 168 milligrams per kilogram, and in 2009, it was revised to have between 50 to 84 milligrams per kilogram, and in 2020, the standard was revised to have a range of 50 to 100 milligrams per kg. As you note, the changes are usually influenced by our frequent studies to see how the micronutrients behave in a vehicle over a period of time. So in terms of coverage for universal salt iodization, from 2009 to 2022, we have seen over 90, up to 98% adequacy in terms of iodization. That is above 50 ppm, greater than 50 ppm in the salt. So we do our survey, we do the testing of the salt, and the coverage is superb. So that is where we are at in terms of salt iodization. When I go to the history of food fortification in Kenya, as I mentioned, we started with salt in the 70s. Then in 2000, golden harvest, in 2000, we had golden harvest wheat, that is Capwell. Golden harvest was fortifying. Then in 2001, Capwell had Pendana. So in 2000, it was golden harvest wheat. Then in 2001, Capwell was fortifying Pendana, Hostess, and Jogo Extra. That is voluntarily. They chose to fortify. But in 2004, Blue Band, Anapula, Maize Meal. In 2005, we had the Kenya National Food Fortification Alliance being established. So an alliance just to talk about food fortification. In 2006, we also had oil and fats coming into place. Then we developed the fortification logo in 2006. Then we had 2006 also BIDCO fortifying fats and oils. All this voluntarily. But now when we move to 2009, that period up to 2011, we set in place fortification standards in 2009 for wheat and maize, and in 2010 for sugar. 2011, Mumias Sugar started fortifying and using the fortification logo on the Mumias Sugar brand. In 2012, we developed the technical regulations under the CAP 254. And then in 2015, we also revised the regulation. And in 2018 and 2021, we also conducted our Food Fortification Summit. We have also been doing routine surveillance from 2016 up to 2022, where we just check the compliance levels of our fortified products. And we are not where we used to be. We have really made a lot of progress, but we have not reached where we want to be. So that is a statement you need to carry as we reflect 10 years of food fortification under the regulation. So we also have the technical regulations for flours, fats, and oils. That is regulation number 62 of 15th June 2012 that requires all packaged wheat flour, maize flour, and oils to be fortified with vitamins and minerals. It was revised in 2015, as I said, and it now has additional statements separating packaged wheat flour and maize products and vegetable fats and oils with vitamin A, and a requirement for labeling of these fortified products in accordance with the relevant standards for labeling. We also have adopted an East African standard, that is EAS standard on fortified products, in line with Kenya's obligation under the East African Community. There's an act that obligates us to have a regional standard for fortification. I'm almost done, so don't just bear with me. In terms of application of national standards, we have two sets of standards in KEBS. We have a product-specific standards. We also have labeling standards. So product-specific standards include mandatory food fortification, that is specifying maize flour. We have a standard, KSEAS 767. We put both because it is aligned to East African standards. So it's no longer Kenya standards only. So we have those acronyms, KSEAS. Then we also have one for wheat flour, that is number 768, and one for edible fats and oil, 769. Our labeling standard is number 38, and we also have guidelines under KEBS for labeling, guidelines for health and nutrition claim, that is KSCAS/GL23, just for you to be familiar with the standards requirements for fortification. Then that is our logo for fortification. So this is what we expect every product that is fortified in Kenya to show on their products as fortified. For coordination, it's coordinated under Ministry of Health, Division of Nutrition and Dietetics. We have KNFFA, Kenya National Food Fortification Alliance, but the coordination is within the Ministry of Health infrastructure. And we also implement a multi-sector approach while embracing public-private partnerships. And we have also, as I've mentioned, the KNFFA. Key achievements. Kenya is one of the continent's leaders in implementing successful universal salt iodization. We have also developed guidelines for fortification and a regulation framework. So we have the Kenya Food Fortification Strategic Plan that has since expired, and we are launching one today. We also have developed a strategic plan, 2023-2027, and a strategy which we'll talk about today. We have strengthened collaboration among stakeholders. We work very well with all our stakeholders, be it KEBS, industry, and all the levels of industry. We have also developed training guidelines for microprocessors. That's a very big plus for us, and also registration of premix suppliers has been working very well in Kenya. And I believe that's the end of my presentation. Sorry for taking so much of your time.
Thank you very much, Leila. I think this was very important, and I think, Leila, you have given a lot of justice to opening this. You have laid the foundation very well, and I really want her to be given one big one. She has really, before I go, she has told us we are doing very well. We are doing very, very, very well, standing 26% to currently 18%. You have been listening. I can see you are good students. So that tells you we have good progress. Many indicators, anemia, what. We are doing very well. But when she went to the diets, we are still in the red. We need to gain and move beyond where we are. And this is what Leila is telling us. All the other parts is telling us what to do. But the numbers did not lie to us. Kenya is doing very well. Remember this. But we are not yet out of the woods. Sindio? That's the key message from Leila. So let's give her 3 thunders. 1, 2, 3. Thank you, Leila. I want to do also a little bit of a small correction, and I beg we move to the panel discussion so that we also listen to people now. We have one of our colleagues in the panel leaving, so we would want to bring the panel discussion slightly ahead, and then based on that also have rearrangement of the program so that we do the panel, then the 2 presentations later. Kindly allow us to do this. So I'll request Mwai, I think we start preparing this. But I also want to correct a little bit. Yeah, our strategic document for 2022, 2027 is still not ready. So I will request that that objective, I think we might be able to pen it to another meeting, because I think the Kenya National Food Fortification Strategic Plan 2023 is in the final steps. Everything is ready, but we will launch it in a coming event, which will not be very far from now. We will combine that with the social behavior change strategic plan, and also we will also include the training guidelines as indicated by Leila on that moment. So this will not be part of our discussion today, so that we make it thin, we make it succinct. But I think some of the elements might be mentioned today of where we want to go, because we have been told progress is good. When I listen Kilifi, something is not happening in Kilifi. Something not good is happening in, not very good. Standing is very high. What was the number in Kilifi? Who was listening? You see, very good students here. 37, it tells you 4 out of 10 children are really in a very bad situation. Yeah. It also tells us very thing. I think I saw something about their cells. All of them in deep red. When red is associated with what? Danger. Wasting in the northeastern part. Really very bad. But Nairobi, don't be fooled by the number in Nairobi. The numbers in Nairobi, multiply 11% times 5 million. That will tell you the numbers who are vulnerable. So when you are doing strategy, think about really the impact. This is why we are here, and I said, Leila has done a very good job today. And this is why we really need to think moving forward. So our panelists today are here, and I will want to request the following people to come in front. Mr. John Mwai, Mr. Peter Mutua, Ms. Brenda Obura, kindly Ms. Paloma Fernandez, Mr. Rizan, Karibu Sena, Tana Sena, Kenya, and then Charles Opio, please. Yeah. We will have a very short interactive session with these people. I will ask them a few questions, and then we will ask all the questions from Leila's presentation to what they will be able to present here. Karibuni sana, I think very important. Again, once more, really very good job, Leila. Really. The suboptimal Kirinyaga. Are they eating too much rice, or what is happening? Yeah? 65% obesity. That also should be a cause of worry for you. Yeah? 65 means 7 out of 10. Ukiangalia hapa wamenishinda wote. Yeah? So that is a very worrying moment. And then if you segregate it in terms of men and women, children, you even get worrying numbers. And this is why statistics are very important. Colleagues, I think we have a very strong team with us here. There are mics. So I'll request each of us to introduce themselves by name, the institution they work for, and what they do in that institution, so that we can give a feeling of this to our audience, who we are, and the kind of package of people we have around. So we will start from my immediate corner, Opio.
Thank you, Prof. Mine, I'm Charles Opio. I work for Global Alliance for Improved Nutrition, in short, GAIN, as the head of policy and advocacy, but also the program lead for Fortification at GAIN. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. My name is Brenda Obura, once again. I head the Division of Food Safety within the Ministry of Health. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Paloma Fernandez, and I'm the CEO of the Cereal Millers Association. The Cereal Millers Association reaches almost 38 million Kenyans with our products, that is wheat, maize, and a lot of assorted pulses. And our commitment to nutrition is non-negotiable. Thank you.
Very good.
Good morning. My name is Peter Mutua. I'm the manager in charge of food standards at the Kenya Bureau of Standards.
Thank you.
Good morning. Mwai John Maina is my name, working in the Ministry of Health. In the Division of Nutrition and Dietetics, I'm the program manager, Food Fortification.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Rizwan Yusuf Ali. I'm the program director for the Ignite initiative at TechnoServe, which is one of the large food fortification initiatives within our organization. Thank you.
Thank you. So you can see we have a very powerful team, very knowledgeable people, people who have been driving food fortification in various cadres within the country, and really we are very grateful to have all of you. So a big round of applause for them as we welcome them. Thank you very well. I will throw a few questions to them at the beginning so that you can listen to them a little bit, and I will start with Mai. Mai, I think there's been a very good highlight from Leila indicating we have been doing quite well. Could you really tell us what is the importance of food fortification? Why do we really have to do it? Just in a few words, to a lay person, why do we have to do it? And what is the strategy of the government moving forward towards where we want to do? Because we have been told we are doing very well, but we are not out of the wood. Please.
Thank you, Prof. Food fortification is one of those interventions which has been mentioned by Madam Leila in relation to prevention and control of micronutrient deficiencies in this country, among the others which has been mentioned. But why food fortification is very important for us is because, one, it is cost-effective in relation to in comparison to other interventions. Two, when you look at the food fortification, it is one of the interventions where even a common person will not even know that it is an intervention which the person is the intervention which is available, but because that food has been fortified, it has been added micronutrients in the food which you are taking normally, then the person will be either, if the person is suffering from micronutrient deficiency, it will be corrected. If the person is normal, the person will be able to continuously have good nutrition status. And if it has been found that the person is suffering, then the problem will be corrected. An example is the salt iodization in this country. If you look at the data which has been presented, it started in 70s. In those times, the prevalence of goiter was very, very high. Today, the prevalence of goiter in this country is very low, below 6% actually. And actually, I know you can confirm that walking aloud nowadays, we don't have people walking aloud with the goiter. Is it true? Yes, because of the success stories of the salt iodization in this country. And it is out of that we found this, it would be important for us to also bring in these other food vehicles. That includes the maize and wheat flour and also the fats and oils. And in terms of the performance, we are so happy with the industries and the support they are giving us. And more so, we're looking at the wheat industry and the wheat industry and also the fats and oil industry. We are so happy. When it comes to maize industry, we know that it is an area where the fragmentation is quite high, from the large scale millers to medium scale millers to small scale millers to microprocessors, where some of us in the village, we walk into a portion mill and we work with the maize home, which has just been mirrored. And this is just an area where we are working closely with them, so that especially when it comes to the small and the micro millers, also they can also embrace the issue of the food fortification. But in terms of performance, we are grateful of the support we have gotten. In terms of compliance, we are also doing very well in terms of those food vehicles. Only that with the small and the microprocessors are the ones we are working with. But in terms of progress, we are very grateful with the support we are getting from the industries. Thank you.
So any indication of the strategic direction of the government in the coming days?
Yes. One, we want to sustain the gains which we have, and that's why today we are happy that the industries are here so that we can also commit to continue working with us, especially the ones among the ones who are competing today, who are doing so well. We hope that it will encourage others to be able to continue putting more effort in this. But more so, we also have the strategic plan, which we are also envisioning that with the micro millers, we also be able to work with them. And also in future, because of the the change in the lifestyle, where other foods are coming in, the consumption levels is going high, and like rice fortification, like rice consumption has gone up, and we have also prepared a policy brief for the purpose of including rice fortification is one of the food vehicles which we want to include. So 2 areas, microprocessors and the rice fortification is within our strategic plan, which we want to, so that we can scale up food fortification, and so that we can also be able to reach more people.
Thank you, Mai. I will go straight to Mutua. I think I said I will ask very few questions. Mutua, KEBS is doing very well, fantastic. Policies, standards, all in place. But some of these guys here in the industry, they come to me. They said, no, it's the lengthy process of approval to get standards. They also tell me the turnaround time is so long. What is KEBS are doing about this so that people can know, and where could they gain a little bit time if this could be done?
Thank you, Prof. I think, as you said, this is a journey, and we are taking a stock of the last 10 years, what we've been able to achieve. I would say first we have achieved a lot. As much as there's little delays, still there's a great achievement that we have got this far. However, as an institution, we respond to complaints as well as suggestions for improvement. And turnaround time has been one of the outstanding issues, not only on fortification, but maybe on other issues as well. As an institution, we've done a 360 assessment of ourselves to try and see where the challenges could be coming in from. We've worked on our supply systems in terms of supplying the required input for the testings and related activities. We've also done a review of our staff strength, and in the past few days, we actually appreciate the government has allowed us to recruit quite a number of staff. This means we have more staff in our laboratories. We have more staff in the field as well. And all this, we expect that they will go towards reducing the turnaround time. But also very important, we're also having a plan of continuing to work with the industry. And I'm happy that my colleague from CMA is here, can bear me witness. Yeah. We keep on engaging on a daily basis because we believe we are not perfect, but together we can move in the same direction to ensure that even the industries themselves can build in-house quality systems, so that then KEBS comes in just to confirm what you already have, not really to correct you what you are doing. And this, we believe, will go a long way in reducing both the turnaround time and even the quality and safety of the products that we are placing on the market. I think in our opening remarks, she alluded to that. Yeah. They're already looking at trying to improve and have safe products of good quality, and this is as a result of a lot of engagement. We are also looking at also alternative ways like the use of accredited lab to support what we are doing. We collaborate with some of the laboratories like the National Public Health Lab, the JQAT Lab, among others. And therefore, we expect all these efforts are going to reduce the turnaround time and at the end of the day, facilitate the trade. Because for us, we look at the facilitation of trade and ensuring this industry continue to grow in this country. Thank you.
Thank you, Mutua. Really very also spot on. I think very important, and I think you have alluded that the industry is doing well, and Paloma started very well. I think zero tolerance to any compromise to quality is what actually the industry is looking forward. And when I listen to Paloma, this is a big commitment from industry. If every industry can say, I will supply safe and nutritious food to Kenyans, the 374 billion could be committed to other things in this country. Why? Because we will have a very healthy nation. So Paloma, what are you doing in terms of self-regulations, and what are some of the challenges actually you're faced with as an industry?
Thank you very much, Sila, Professor Sila. I think I'd like to start off by saying one of the people who opened my eyes to fortification and self-regulation was actually Madam Felicitas there. At one time when we had so many excuses about why some of our mills were not fortifying, and she said, Paloma, are you sure your mills are just not making excuses? And that really woke us up in terms of fortification. And I think I'd like to start off by saying self-regulation. The fundamental issue here is if we are willing to be accountable for the flour that we put on the table. If we're willing to be accountable for the safety of the food that you feed your consumers, You've started on that path to self-regulation. So the second part is, if we're saying we're accountable, anything that's on the shelf, we are making sure it's safe, then what do we do next? We need to start training our personnel. We need to invest in machinery. We need to invest in our personnel in trying to make sure that we're actually sort of implementing fortification in the correct way. If we don't have the training, if we don't have the machinery, then we're doing it for the sake of doing it. We need to make a lot of informed decisions on how we fortify. We have a lot of standards in place. So the third part of it, here we've invested in the machinery, we've invested in our personnel, then we need to adhere to the standards. There are a lot of standards that are good. We need to make sure that we are adhering to the standards so that we can monitor the consistency of fortifying. Doing it on a one-off basis and then not doing it for 3 months or only when KEBS has come to check our mills is counterproductive. So that's what we're saying. Then we need to really adhere to what we've been told. The standards are there for a reason. And in terms of self-regulation, the final part is, so now we've adhered to the rules, we've adhered to everything that we're meant to do. Why can't we be transparent? And I think we need to find ways to implement transparency within our mills and outside. If we are fortifying correctly, why should we be scared to share our processes, to share our results? Because this is now telling us that we are ready to be taken seriously. We're fortifying, we're letting the world know what we're doing. Our processes might help others. We might find gaps where if there are any gaps in the system, and we can help others. One of the things that the Cereal Millers Association is doing in terms of transparency is a self-assessment tool called the KMFI, and I'm sure Riz from TechnoServe will tell us a little more about it. But what we're doing is we're actually self-assessing ourselves, and we're coming up with things that we can do better than we did before. We're identifying the gaps, and hopefully we're encouraging others to also do better. In terms of challenges, we could go on forever. I want to start by saying all the challenges that I mentioned are not insurmountable. They are challenges, but they're also opportunities. One of the biggest problems we have right now in Kenya is this whole issue of price-sensitive demand. I think we all know that with the current economy, when you go to the shelf, the first thing you're looking at is what can I buy slightly cheaper than the other product. This has affected us, it has really affected the millers, and I think all of them sitting here can attest to that. What that has done is actually drop the demand for flour. Forget nutritious flour, it's just dropped the demand for flour. So trying now to say, let's fortify the flour, millers are looking at it and saying, is this a strong business case or is this a weak business case at this point of time? Do I really need to fortify? Or should I just hold back and try and push a product out that I can remain price competitive? Big issues that we're facing. The other issue is, we talk about the technical part that we're facing, and I'm not going to go a lot into the technical difficulties. And I'm sure Ken, in his speech later on, will talk about the technical parts, about having the right infrastructure, the right premix quality, and that just makes sure that we produce consistent fortification, not only once in a while. The other thing, and one of the challenges, which is also an opportunity, and I'm really happy to see so many of the county governments here today, there are a lot of bills coming up on fortification. And I think we just need to make sure that all these bills are aligned with what the central government has, because let's remember that any additional overlap in regulations is a cost. We're already struggling with a high cost for our consumers. Demand is down. So let's just try and do our best to make sure that we make sure everyone is fortifying, but keep the cost to a minimum. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Strong statements and very valuable for this today. I think you can move straight to Brenda, because I think you state clearly that I think when I listen to you, when you self-regulate, this is not a once-off event. This is a continuous process. We need continuous surveillance. We need continuous monitoring. You are even saying we need coordination from central government. Brenda, you sit in the central government.
Yes.
Food safety, nutrition are under your care. What are you doing to devolve this? And what could you tell us? A person sitting in Kilifi, a person sitting in Kisumu, what systems are there in place to help actually in cascading food fortification to the county level?
Okay. Thank you so much, Prof, for that question. And it's good that the county governments are here. One of the things that we've been doing passionately is to capacity build the counties. The county public health officers, the food business operators operating in the counties. We've actually, through the support of our development partners, NI, GAIN, WFP, we've been doing quite a lot of capacity building to the counties. And then one of the things that we have picked out, which may be Paloma, it's a take-home, something that you may need to discuss maybe later. When we talk of self-regulation, the government does not take it like, especially the public health officers, they look at it in terms of, you are now like becoming the regulators. You get? So when we went further to find out in other countries what they're doing, like in Danish, instead of using the word self-regulation, they're using on checks. It's the same, whatever you do, but now not using the term self-regulation, it's better to use the term on checks. Why? Because the government has the hand in regulations. So maybe moving forward, that is something to take home. So yeah, basically that's what we've been doing. Before we used to have a lot of challenges in the counties, but thanks to GAIN originally helping us to break through with advocacy so that we are heard when we go into the counties. So right now, quite a number of issues in the space of food safety, food fortification have been put in quite a number of CIDPs. And if you see the county officers who are here, they've been given the goodwill from their counties to really be part of this. If there's no that goodwill, then we'll not have the counties being represented here. I may stop there for now. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I think we can go straight to Opio because you've just mentioned GAIN. I think one of the pillars and one of the strongest supporters for food fortification in this country from 2006 onwards has been GAIN. And every year they commit. They don't just shy, they commit and commit heavily. I think, Opio, we have been with you for the last 5 years. Could you tell us some of your experiences, achievements, and where do you want to go next? Because some of these people here can tap into those elements so that they know how to work with you.
Yes, thank you, Prof. And really, as you put it very well, that GAIN has been into this space for quite some time, not just in Kenya, but globally. I think we are part of the global team that is also trying to spearhead issues around micronutrient, malnutrition around that area. And basically, that is what we've been doing in Kenya because I think for a long time, we did so much, especially with industry players. And of course, as you've heard, Felicitas, having worked for GAIN for quite some time, really laid a very good foundation for us. And the most recent work that I want to speak to, and of course, just building from what Brenda has spoken to, is the role of county governments in the whole fortification ecosystem. And I think it's becoming much more clearer that basically, if we build the capacities of the counties, then they can be able to really advance the nutrition cause. We've seen county government, especially Nairobi, Mombasa, Nakuru, Kiambu, and a couple more, setting up, even a fully fledged food safety and fortification, departments that are really specifically spearheads the fortification agenda at the county level. And that goes a long way, including even some of them even putting money, especially if you look at what the County Assembly of Mombasa, for instance, we worked with them a few years ago, and they were able to put some resources towards, putting up a local lab, because I think one of the challenges which you've spoken to is the turnaround times in terms of just getting the feedback on samples that are submitted to the national lab and all that. So that's something that we are seeing gaining momentum, and we would want to really encourage most counties to really not to look up to the central government in most cases, just to get the results and all that. If there are decisions that have to be made, if it takes too long, then really if anything is to go wrong, then by that time it will be bad. So basically we've done so much around that space, and we continue looking at how can counties be capacity building, including the public health officers who are now doing a lot more work to heighten surveillance around fortification. And even the bills that Paloma has spoken to, actually I think they are in the good course, because really if you don't have a policy document, it's difficult even to ring-fence resources. And I think that is why they really need documents that would help them to really get allocations, even from the county exchequer towards fortification. And as I come to an end in terms of our way forward, Right now, GAIN is also continuing to support county governments, especially, of course, as I've said, is to put up structures and systems that would help them to advance fortification. We are also trying to get into the space of the private labs. I know there's been an issue around sometimes the capacity to really get feedback just from the mainstream government labs. So there are those labs that are accredited already, and therefore we are thinking they could also be supported to really also support and complement the effort. And I think this week we've been trying to train some of them, of course, work with the National Public Health Lab and others to really build that capacity. GAIN has a premix facility which is hardly talked about, and I think I wanted to raise that even for those of us who would want to access premix and even aggregate your orders, really get in touch. We have a colleague here called Olive who is really working with our countries across the region to really be able to get these orders and see how then we can be able to source and really deliver that. So that is an area we are working in. And demand creation, which largely is very critical. I think for a long time, and even having read the report from Tegemeo, you could understand that there's still a huge gap in terms of population demanding fortified foods. And I think that is a space that GAIN can be able to invest in, and we are already doing that. So thank you so much, and I think we'll be able to share much more as we get along.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think we'll move to Rizwan. I think very well said. I think everybody has said something very nice about really what is happening, and I really appreciate this. Our government of Kenya tells us we need to be inclusive. We need to support small and medium enterprises. We need to strengthen the small who reach out to almost everybody in this nation. And I think on that, I think TechnoServe has been doing a very good job in the country, and I think you wide coverage, you work with CMA, and I think a lot can be done in that area. What can be done? What do you think could be done to help actually be more inclusive, work with large-scale millers, medium-scale millers, small-scale millers, or even what we call micro, and the same for the other industries?
Thanks so much, Prof. So first of all, I think I would like to, Leila, open the meeting by saying we've made a lot of progress, and that's quite commendable. It's not by accident. It's by a large amount of collaboration and cooperation. I've been in Kenya, different parts of food fortification since 2002. So going back to your question, Prof, I think it's also very commendable and very nice to see that the government is looking at scale. Fortification, what Leila presented, that triangle with, I think it was an impact pyramid or of some sort, yeah. Is very effective when you reach scale. It won't be effective when you reach at an individual level. So I think it's in line with towing this. We're acutely aware that when it comes to maize flour, that not all of it is industrially processed. It's not commercial roller mills and all that. A large part of the maize flour consumption in the country is coming from posho mills, micro scale to medium-sized mills and all that. Where TechnoServe started, when we started working in food fortification in 2016 with our first phase of programming, our first objective was to achieve scale, and rightfully we worked with the larger industries first, with the CMA, who have been tremendously supportive, but actually are champions from the milling sector, not only looking at fortification, but things like aflatoxin, safety, and all that. And the issue is, how do you support small and micro-scale industry? Now, TechnoServe has always been not a nutrition organization. Our projects are focused on business first. We look at business development. And we actually, more of our work, 80% or 90% of our work is working with small industry, whether they are farmers, they're small businesses, or food processors. And one thing we've learned, and where we compare to fortification, is when we say, it's important to understand that when you're supporting an industry with fortification, you're not supporting that industry in profitability. We have to make that clear distinction, that receiving a handout So many times there is misconception around the world. We learned it in salt iodization as well, that by helping somebody how to fortify, you're not helping the business situation. It usually is a cost, and it's actually flipped. You need the businesses to come up to a certain level where fortification becomes viable. Otherwise, you can't sustain it. So I think that's the one challenge. We have to look at that challenge first before rushing to the micro-scale industry and just training them on fortification. When there is a problem, Paloma mentioned it, it's not only in the milling sector in Kenya, in any sector across the value chain, our costs are so high to remain competitive that anything that is non-value add, we try and compromise on. And yet we are paying the same amount. I recently moved back here and I bought a car. My pocket only allowed me to buy a 7-year-old car because most of the cost I'm paying on that is not towards the car. Yet, for the same amount of money, I was 2 weeks ago in Asia, I could have bought a new car. So that is the state of industry in the country. We have to address the systematic challenges. So I think that would be a key message. But what are we doing as TechnoServe going forward in doing that? I think we recognize that. We're acutely aware. One of the next phase initiative we're working for is creating a global coalition called Millers for Nutrition. We launched it at the Micronutrient Forum in October. We're trying to bring a village of all the stakeholders together, and that will also include Kenya. And we are exploring partnerships. I think we recently approached Mr. Ken Aga from GMOA to actually be an advisor to the Millers for Nutrition Advisory Board. We want to partner with associations, expand that. And see, we have Sanku as a strategic fortification partner, which has done some innovative work in Tanzania that is finally shedding some light on how we engage with the micro-scale industry, what are the innovations. But they have also learned that fortification is not the only entry point. You have to look at the whole business ecosystem. And then, so those are some of the specific areas of working with a small and medium-sized industry that TechnoServe is considering in our next phase of work. But then there is the overall ecosystem, things we do that helps everybody. And I think we're very, very grateful for the support we've received from KEBS recently, trying to do a proficiency test on all the labs, because lab is always, where do we send sample? Why does it take so long to receive results? We need to build that capacity, and KEBS has been very forthcoming in doing that. But another fundamental issue that, and this would be my last point, in Kenya, we also seen from the large millers, at the milling level, fortification, I would say more than 90% of the wheat in Kenya by the miller is fortified properly, and 50% of the maize consumed in Kenya is fortified properly. But yet, not according to standard. This is where, when Leila says we've come far, but we're not where we want to be, some nutrients are missing. So again, KEBS has been very acutely aware of it. They're looking at the premix issue, because then we're barking up the wrong tree. It's not the fortification, it's the quality of the input. And this is, again, a Kenyan business environment. Everybody compromises on quality inputs, whether it's farmer trying to buy a cheap farm implement, cheap seed, pesticide, and all that, because you don't have room in your margins. You have to do that to survive. So I think that's something we need to look at. We need to look at systemic issues around access to foreign exchange, around grain quality, aflatoxin, because all of that, you build the sector to a point where fortification becomes feasible. Fortification should not be our entry point.
Thank you. Thank you. Really very nice, very beautiful from the panelists. Now, so I'll now use this chance to welcome a few questions of interactions with the panelists. Today we came to celebrate, so we will not have a really very large discussion. So maybe 10, 15 minutes of questions, and then based on that, we have reactions. So kindly, when you are asking a question, say whom you want that to answer. So we will pick the questions from 3 or 4, get them answered, another round of 3 or 4, and then we close. So I think whoever wants to raise their hand, this is the moment. I think the mic will be brought to you. Anybody? There's one here. I'll pick 3. 2 there, and then Ken. And then we'll go to another round. Okay, 4. So start with the lady, just in that order. This next to you.
Okay, good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Dela Akumu, and I work for the Global Alliance for Improved Nutrition. My question will go to the Global Director for TechnoServe. At what level do we say that a micro, small, or medium miller is able to sustain fortification and also manage a viable business?
Sustain. Okay, we will note it. I think we will come. You can go to Ken. He's next to you.
Thank you. My name is Ken. I'm the chair of Small and Mid-Scale Millers. Mine is to gain my friend Opio. Prof, I'm surprised when I hear you say GAIN are doing so much on issue of fortification. I've never heard them actually, so I'm calling upon them to come down to small and mid-scale millers and at least try to give us something there because we need a lot of support from them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think not that Opio. There's a gentleman there, and then we'll come to you.
Thank you very much, panelists. My name is Jeremiah Ongwara, County Public Health Officer, Kisumu. Thank you very much, panelists, for very good deliberations. One, is it possible to be able to harmonize? Because we have had cases where we know that food fortification or food safety and quality control is indifferent. It's actually, it requires a multi-sectoral approach, and that we need to be able to track and see the policies that are coming up. I think last time we had a lot of contention in terms of the food safety. I think there was a food bill or policy under agriculture, and I think public health officers were not involved. So how do we involve different stakeholders in different policies that regard to food safety and quality control or food fortification for this matter? Then I think capacity building is also critical. I think we have, in Kisumu, we have gained from Nutrition International, coming down to train us as public health officers and the millers. And probably my recommendation, is it possible we need to be able to take stock and have inventory of stakeholders in food fortification so that we are able to know, and in case of any policy change, and especially the regulations, are we able to move together so that we are like devolution, like we need to devolve food safety. I think, Brenda, you're doing a good job, but I think how do you work with us so that we, in case of any updates, then we need to work together and we move together with the national and the county government. In case of any changes like those regulations we are talking about, like where industries would want to self-regulate themselves, how do we come in terms of standardizations and compliance and even enforcement of food safety laws? And then the results, I think sometimes, how do we harmonize these results in the lab, different labs? When do we,
summarize.
How do we convey, to be able to share the results and get back the feedback from the national? Thank you.
Thank you. Kindly ask only one question, the burning one. We are many. So if everybody has to ask 3 or 4, we will take a while. So thank you very much. We'll answer that. That gentleman there, or is it a gentleman? Sorry. Yeah. I think I'm right. So no, that one. And then we'll go to the next round.
Thank you, Prof. I confirm I am a gentleman. My name is...
Your court is betraying you. On a light note.
Thank you so much. My name is Ngari, Director of Public Health in Embu County. My question is directed to Brenda. One of the challenges that we have been experiencing is issues of result analysis or sample analysis in terms of turnaround. I just want to know what Brenda could be thinking in terms of how do we reduce the gap in terms of turnaround so that we can be able to have timely dissemination of the results.
Okay, I think we can come back to the panelists. I think the first one was for Rizan.
Yeah, I think that was a very good question. So the question was at what level, I mentioned fortification should be viable at a certain level of industry. I think the important thing is to not get stuck on a volume or capacity. Many times we're thinking in terms of, okay, is it viable at a certain production capacity for a mill? At 10 tons per day, or 1 ton per day, 50 tons per day, or whatever. The way we think about it at TechnoServe is not focus on the production size so much. First is to assess the commitment of the manufacturer, of the industry. Do they understand what they have to do, and that they, as Paloma said, it's not a one-time thing, it's a full-time commitment. Then we try and look at where, after you have received that commitment, what are the books looking like? Is there margin to sustain fortification in their business? You look at optimization. Are they producing a packaged product which can be traced back to them? So will a regulatory system work in that situation? Because if they're not producing a packaged product and KEBS goes out and does some regulation, how can they trace back to them where the fault was? Is it viable in that area? Is the industry located in an area where there is access to premix? Is there access to all that? Do they have the skills and all that? So it's a more holistic assessment, which ultimately says this is viable, fortification can be sustained here or not. And then once you determine that, the other parts are very easy. How to train somebody, how to make them aware of it, and then they do it. But I would say commitment, and then does the business books allow it? If many people say, oh, fortification is only 0.5% or 0.25% of the cost. But milling sector only works on about 3 to 5% net margin. So if you take 1% away from them, that's 30% of their margin. It's a lot. Can you sustain it? So unless there's options for that being accommodated or that cost being transferable to the consumer, then it's not viable. And with the small scale industry, the problem is that you first need to identify where they are. Are they regular business operators? And can you reach them with also premix and other inputs?
Thank you very much. We can go straight to Brenda. Opio, you will declare at the end. So Brenda, there are two questions about harmonization of policies,
Yep.
capacity building, and how you can be more inclusive to counties, I think.
Thank you so much. I think most of us in this room are aware of the Food and Feed Safety Coordination Bill 2023. That is where the benchmark that actually the counties are supposed, when they're developing their bills in the county in the same space, then that is a document to really refer to, because it will show you how to coordinate, because it's basically, it has the issue about the multi-sectoral approach, how you're supposed to relate with either Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Trade, the industry, and all that. So it's important to have that particular document and just see how you can marry a bit of information from it, so that you can see, actually it spells out exactly how you can be able to relate with each other without really causing any problem. And again, of course, from the national government, we have the National Food Safety Coordination Committee, which has now been mirrored down to the many counties here. We have the County Food Fortification, Food Safety Coordination Committees in the counties. And at that point, I'd like to again thank NI has been very strong in that space of coming up with these County Food Fortification Committees. And also GAIN has really put in Ken. Once again, GAIN has been, I think GAIN was the mother of food fortification, because if I was to go back to a little history before I finish my question, is we used to sit in a boardroom, about 4 or 5 people, and it's Felistas, who was then in GAIN, who used to tell us about the issues about food fortification. We could not even hack it. And eventually, when we got to see a see-through, the first people to ever fund food fortification in this country, it's GAIN. So maybe because you were then a small miller and now you've grown, you'll get to know them much better, but he'll speak for himself. On the issue about the labs and the results, the ministry has really tried to work very closely with partners. WFP at this particular point have really come in strongly by helping us come up with the mini labs. I think you have a mini lab in your area, and Blue Box We've been working with quite a number of counties and supported them to have blue boxes through the support from WFP and also capacity building. And actually, public health officers are in quote, analyzing the maize, the flours, especially for aflatoxin, moisture content, and even grading at the county level. You know, that already speaks to the current motto bottom-up. So maybe moving forward, we may need to also support your county to have such an equipment so that you're able to do that. And also, basically, that helps you to get quick results, unless you really want to go the court process, which we really try to avoid as much as we can. Then that's the only time you can think of going to the reference lab, because NPHLS, they're also overstretched. It's the only one across the country. Serving 47 counties is not like very easy. So we are really trying to decentralize quite a bit. And we've had quite a number of labs now. They've been accredited and working with the KEBS. I think apart from looking at the results from the Ministry of Health laboratory place, you can also scale out a bit to the other accredited labs that are also doing this. That's it, I think, from me.
Dissemination turnaround. After analysis, he asked about how long do you take to disseminate?
Actually, I wish the NPHLS person is here. I saw somebody from Lawrence is somewhere here, and Mutuku. They're right behind it. They can actually talk because they're ISO certified, and they should be able to tell you they're around, take around time.
Okay, I think we encourage you to meet with Olo. Where is Olo? Olo is sitting.
Mutuku.
And I saw Max.
Max Mutuku, yeah.
Max at the back.
Yeah.
So I think that you are from Nyeri or Muranga. Kindly meet them during coffee, and they will tell you how quickly they can do this. Okay, for JQuat, we do it within maximum 2 weeks because we get it a lot of samples from many people. So turnaround time is very quick here.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Although you have already been defended, but you need to say it yourself. And say what you can do for the small and medium ones, please. I think Ken was very categorical. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much, Prof. And Ken, I believe I'm vindicated by Brenda because Ken has a serious footprint in the country, especially on fortification. But that, as I mentioned earlier, that we are more now into enabling environment space because we think that is also another space that we really need to also engage in. And that's, I believe we've been in a couple of engagements, and you know how much really small millers are affected, especially with the issues around the enabling environment. An example is one of the engagement we had in Nakuru where we informed the last 1 year with over 40 mills that have been closed down, either linked to regulations or costs that are more prohibitive, be it licensing, so much that require conversation that we really need to discuss with the county government to unlock that space. So I know that is something we need to do, Ken, and basically for the technologies and other things, capacity, we have TechnoServe, Sanko, and many more actors that are already in that space, and we did so much even in the past. So that is where we are. I know there's a lot more. I remember we even discussed last time when we met about even the quality of grain, and you know what it means right now in terms of just getting a grain to mill, and that is something that is also should be discussed at very high levels, and we see how we can unlock that. So thank you so much, and I think that's much I can say.
Yeah. Thank you. The last round, 3 questions maximum, and then we will go for a short break before we come for the speeches. So you have a moment now to say the most burning one. I see this gentleman, Capwell, this one here, and there was one here. So let's start with him. We go to Capwell, and I seem not to remember you, but you will say your name.
Thank you, Professor. My name is Samba Nixon Otieno. I'm a food systems analyst. I'm based in the city of Kisumu. So I just landed here this morning. Now,
please show.
Now, you will agree with me that food fortification happens within the space of processed foods. And there is an increasing, I'm already in 2027, consumer apathy on processed foods. We are seeing a lot of nutritionists and other nutrition champions pushing for organic foods. in the pretext that it's healthier to eat organic food. And for us, we can only achieve food fortification through processed foods. So this is going to be a cross-cutting question. I don't know who can handle it. But how do we then deal with this consumer apathy arising from our consumers that processed foods are less nutritious? And that is the space where most of us operate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next one was, I think, Capwell, and then we go to that gentleman. And please, you will allow me not to pick anymore. During coffee break, we can interact.
So, good morning, everyone. This is myself, Sanjay Inugwar, R&D head of the Capwell Industries. See, I'm going to ask 2-3 questions as well as challenges as a miller. See, we mentioned awareness program. See, any fortification in the country without awareness, it is not success. So if I see the figures, only 28% Kenyans, they know about the fortification. So I want to ask the Ministry of Industry, what is any program for that in future, how you increase the awareness? Without awareness, it is not possible, the fortification. Second question is that, see, there are major 3 staple foods are there, like wheat, maize, wheat, and rice. I see the rice also is a major consumption in Kenya as well. And worldwide, there are a lot of fortification, the rice is coming. So it is also the necessary rice fortification as a highest consumption in Kenya. So why that program is delaying, or any program in future for the rice fortification, one thing. And third thing is, I am proudly say, as a Capwell industry in country, we are coming with the rice fortification. We are the first I think so we plan in the month of April. So for that, the challenge is that as a Ministry of Health of the Caves, we heard there is some, the laws or policies are coming to help to initiate that kind of the industry, to initiate the, we are very ready to do the supply nutritious food to the country. We are doing that one as a Capwell, but the rice also, we are already invested. And when you see, there is availability of the food for kernels, it's not available in the country. We are imported that one. And we paid, Peter from Caves, I heard, there is some, the tax benefits on that if you import the kernels. But we didn't get, we already paid 2 million shillings for the importation of that food kernels. So our program, when we had the meeting.
Summarize, please.
Yeah, so these 3 questions, how the policies and helping the industries which we are ready to fortify the rice in coming time. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much. The last gentleman, please.
Yeah, thank you very much, Prof. My name is Paul Migwe.
I know. Nyandarua County.
From Nyandarua County, yes. My question goes to Mr. Moy, and it may also concern you regarding Garissa. We were told that the proportion of children who consume minimum acceptable diet is 8%. But the stunting level is the lowest in Kenya at 9%. Can we attribute the good performance in as far as child growth to fortification? Or what is the relationship between the two? Thank you.
Thank you very much. We can go quickly to answers to the 3-1. We start with the first one, consumer apathy on food processing. I would say food processing, and that's this I want to handle. Food processing is necessary. If you look at all over the world where we have food sufficiency and nutrition sufficiency, there's a lot of processing. Go to the US. They process of almost everything. If you go to a mill in US, the dosing unit is integrated within the system and it's part of what they do. If you look at fortification for rice in the US, it started all the way before 1940, and they still do it traditionally now. All the wheat-based products within the US, completely fortified. Go to Southeast Asia. This is voluntary, and they are doing it a lot. And a lot of people have actually known fortified food is very, very important. And during the World War II, World War III, a lot of lessons were learned. So there is a lot you can learn. Look at post-harvest losses within the country. We get so much, lose so much. What can we do to ensure sustainable supply of nutritious and safe foods? Processing. This is why we need to process. Don't listen a lot about organic foods. The proportion is very small in the country. It can't satisfy everyone. So we need to have every Kenyan, every part of this population supplied with health and nutritious food products. If you have to get, for example, vegetables from Nairobi to take them to Wajir, by the time you get to Wajir, they are dry. But if you process them in a friendly and good way, these people will get nutritious food product in Wajir without a problem. And this is why that transformative approach is very necessary while ensuring food safety. Really, I would say food processing is what Kenya needs, and this is what will drive us to food and nutrition security, one of the agendas of our government. We can go to the next one, I think, awareness, and I think Mwai can handle this, and Mwai also, you handle Mikui's question.
Thank you, Prof. And in addition to awareness creation, that's an area we have been struggling with, but for now, we are happy that we have been able to develop the strategic plan for social behavior change communication. And I think my friend from Arufayo is around. Arufayo, can you say hi to people?
Arufayo can stand, I think.
With a lot of support we have gotten through Breakthrough Action, we have been able to develop as social behavior change communication, which now, once that's implemented, we believe that it will be able to help us a lot in terms of behavior change communication in the area of the food fortification. Because it's an area which have been lagging behind. We are also calling upon our partners because it's also an area in terms of support. It's an area which we are not being able to attract enough support. But all the other areas of the food fortification has been well funded, but that's an area also we are requesting for more support so that we can, in the next 5 years, once we implement the strategic, the plan for social behavior communication, then we believe that we will be able to have supported both the community and also for the industries in addition to food fortification. I did not get
there was
the
a
question
second one. If you look at Garissa, if you look at standing, they are among the ones we are saying they have done very well. But when you look at the minimum acceptable diets, they are getting very little. So what is really contributing to Garissa having very low standing rate?
Maybe that is an area of research which we require to work together with our other research organizations so that we can look at the contributors to that. Because also we know that also Garissa, it is among the Asaro counties, but in terms of stunting, they are doing very well. It may not also be a county which is consuming a lot of some of the products we are talking about. But yes, food fortification is a great contributor to the reduction of the generally about malnutrition, including stunting, because if you look at the micronutrients which are ended, they are quite a number of micronutrients, and one of them being zinc, which has been found to contribute to stunting, to reduction of the stunting. But in addition to that question, more research is supposed to be done.
So I think the drivers for that, I think there is a lot to be done. The study was completed in 2022, the KDH 2022, and really what is the underlying per county is what actually people are looking for. So I think within another maybe 1 year, I think Rizan wants to add something. Oh, yeah.
So it's an interesting conundrum. It actually comes up in several countries where there is a reduction in stunting and wasting, and many countries have achieved a significant reduction in stunting over the last 50 years. And actually, if you look at the data, even when stunting and wasting reduces, in most cases, micronutrient deficiencies remain the same. And it's actually globally, it's pretty bad or equal. It's irrespective of rural or urban divides, it's irrespective of income levels. What it is wasting and stunting is higher in lower income groups, much lower rates in higher income groups. But what it's telling us is around food habits. And if you link it to minimum acceptable diet, is not only just looking at calorific intake, it's looking at the quality of the diet. So that is probably what is happening in Kenya, is that we are eating more calories, but we are not eating the right kind of calories. And even when incomes rise, more calorie intake happens, you will see a reduction in wasting. You'll probably see a marginal reduction in stunting, but micronutrient deficiencies will remain. And that is also the reason why you see an increase, a very scary increase in NCDs, is because we're taking on more calories, but we're not taking the right nutrients with it. So these data do happen, and you need to monitor like the diet in its entirety. Leila presented some numbers which was quite scary. The minimum acceptability diet is red across all the counties.
Thank you. The last one is on rice fortification. Where are we? I think Mwai and Mutua can add, I think, on this. Mutua can indicate. And kindly after that, you will allow me to close this session.
Okay, I think rice fortification is an interesting area. I know for Capwell, they may feel like we have taken long, but basically when we are setting up standards and, limits for some of these new entrants, it's not an easy task. It's not something that you just wake up and just say, this is what you are supposed to fortify with. There is a lot of consultation, technical consultation that has to go into it. We also need to review the entire food fortification program, because as we introduce a new fortificant, we should also be very careful about the safety of consumption of the nutrients that we intend to introduce. And that has been going on for some time now. And I think the technical discussions are almost complete. We are now getting to engage the players, the industry, and the rest of the participants in now developing the standards. However, there is nothing that is stopping you from progressing with your program. If you are keen with the presentation by Leila, food fortification started in 2000, and it was actually voluntary, and we didn't have specific standards. Of course, there were the basic checks to ensure safety of the population, but at this particular point, you should not say that you not launch your product because we do not have the standards. But I can assure you, within a very short time, we will have standards in place. What is very interesting, the same rice fortification is gaining traction within the East Africa region. I have already received what we call the first conducts by my colleagues from other partner states on the interest of developing East Africa standards for rice fortification on voluntary basis. I must say that at this particular point, because it appears most people are looking into that direction, given that a number of good population is consuming rice and not the flours. Because of that now, most people are looking into that. And now, given that it is going into the East Africa region, then it means we may very soon see East Africa standards. The good thing, I'm championing that, so if I delay you further, you can always find me. You know where you can find me. But I assure you, I will fast track, as I've done with the other standards, to have your standards in place. And indeed, for anybody who would want to go to rice fortification. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think the partners have been very educative to us, sharing a little bit of aspects of food fortification and how to sustain this. Thank you very much. I think yes, Paloma.
Shortest one.
Please.
I think one of the challenges, and I'm happy the county governments are here, the bigger challenge that we have right now in trying to provide nutritious food is the issue of aflatoxins. And we're so concerned that we're going to force people to fortify, but if they're fortifying a product that is contaminated with aflatoxins, we've done nothing. So please take it really seriously. Aflatoxin is killing some of our citizens, and we need to be very careful about the kind of flour that we have out there for our consumers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paloma. Very good, and I think necessary statement of wisdom, which you need to be able to carry. So thank you very much, panelists. I think they deserve to be given. I think they will stand up, and we prepare to give them. Let's prepare. Let's give them another one. Thank you. So I think thank you very much. Colleagues, I beg that we take 20 minutes maximum for tea break. During the tea break, those who wanted to partner a little bit, this is the moment. But then at exactly, I would say 12:10, we begin so that we accelerate the next session. Please, I think tea or coffee will be served outside, but let's take a moment to get that, and then exactly 12:10, we come back for the next session. Thank you. This session is officially closed. Yeah. I'll join, I'll still. I think the most important part is isolation. Very good. The other parts to accelerate. Ah, excellent. Colleagues, let's get back. Please, 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 let's get back. We need to move on. Sasa. Acha nitoe hao watu warudi.
So we can move on now to the directed remarks.
To? Remarks,
But
yeah.
make sure that before you leave, you have managed the program to the
Sawa. Colleagues, we want to finish. Please, 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 please.
You can use the name. Because I know that if you are to leave before
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Colleagues, those who are outside, I beg you come in, please. Please, please, please come in. In the next 2 minutes, we will begin. 2 minutes, I have to stop you. Yeah. Please, 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 naongea kwa Kiswahili, wale wako nje waingie ndani. Nafikiri Wakenya ndio wasikii. Ingieni ndani tuendelee. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah? So colleagues, I want us to go to the next session, and I think as we promised, we don't want to keep people for a very long time. Please, malizeni watu wa media. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Please, please, please. 1 minute more. Yeah. Sure, we will skip the session we skipped in the morning because I think a lot of what would have been said at that moment has been said. Kindly, I'm requesting those who are making remarks to start preparing. Please be short, brief, to the point. We said we are here to celebrate. Give us the most important comments that you want these people to remember. Please, please, media people, I stop that now. I think we will continue doing this with the other people. It's very important to be in the media, but I think we need to keep within the program. So as I've indicated, colleagues, we need to go to the session of remarks from industry and partners, where we are, and the story Leila laid ground for, has been largely an effort of different players. And this is why we need to get just brief remarks from each of the organizations so that we understand what have we been doing as a team. So I will start in the order they are provided here. Ken will start us off. Ken, please, not more than 5 minutes. Yeah, what GMO, who are GMO, what you do, and if there are specific message and requests you want to make it within those 5 minutes, please. Ken, the floor is yours.
Good Is it morning or it's afternoon? Thank you so much, Prof, for this opportunity. I think I'll try to be a bit brief, and in case I go beyond, you can add for me another extra, like a minute or so. I stand here as the chairman of Grain Mill Owners Association. This is an umbrella body of small and mid-scale millers in this country. We have like 6 associations that are under GMOA. Kindly, just allow me, Prof, I have my executive here of GMOA. If you are here, kindly just wake up and wave your hand. Please, tuharakisheni tu. Thank you. I only have one today. Okay. I know we still have millers here, the millers that fall under GMOA. Kindly, if you are here, just stand and wave your hand if you are miller. Nimesema tu musimame. Thank you. That's quite a good number. I'm happy. So we are here because of the issues of fortification, and I think it has not been a new thing in the industry. One thing I want to say, and I'm happy to hear that there is an improvement in terms of compliance. I think the last time we were here, that was around 3 years back, or it's for the Food Fortification Summit. It was very low. And I think that's basically almost the time that we and on my group, we started actually now training them on the issues of fortification. And I want really to thank some partners who have traveled with us. They have been with us for throughout this journey. I want to say thank you to NI. They have really held our hands so much by training us on this. I also want to bring in TechnoServe. They have played a major part. Sanku came the other day, and they have made a big impact on GMOA. But still, we have a long way to go, especially for my group. Or what I would ask, we have some impediments that are making us really not to comply at a very high rate. You cannot compare us with the CMA. CMA ni nyumba ya watoto 10. Yangu ni ya 100. So if you give CMA 5,000 and you give me 5,000, then you expect to see some developments from CMA. See, that's true. So I'm calling upon partners to come in. It's true, Paloma. I'm calling upon partners. We need actually a lot. And I think with NI, what they are doing, we need some more to come in. And that's why deliberately, I called my friend Opio. I know they were actually the people who started these issues of fortification in this country. But I wanted to see whether I can get an appointment from the director, because she is here, to see whether we can sit down and see where she can help us. But unfortunately, she was out of the room by then. So we need a lot, and we need basically more partners to come in. I have a large family of over 300 millers spread across this country. So you can see the kind of funds that we need to train these people. So far, I think where we have done for my people, I would scale it to around 30%. So we still have another 70% that we need to do. For fortification to succeed, we cannot underlook the 70 that have been left out. So if we want to actually see fortification figures going up or the compliance going up, then we need to take care of each and every miller. We are well organized, well structured, and I think Sanku, TechnoServe can attest to this. Even Prof, we have worked with him, J. Quat, I think they have also been of very great importance to us. So we need to see more funds coming so that we can try to train these millers, some of the ones that we've not been able to reach. We are also looking at the counties to come up so that we can be able to come together and also go to the counties to see what we can do to them. There are some millers who are not even in associations, and they are actually at the county levels. And these are people that we want to get so that we can incorporate them in the programs that we have with our development partners so that they can be trained more on food fortification. I think I heard what Rayra said here, and I was looking at those figures. And one of the things that caught my attention is the issues that, the counties that are highly, highly affected are areas that most millers are unable to reach. And I'll say this because there is a government here. One of the reasons you'll find those areas, you hear they are affected in Samburu, I don't know where, it is because of this issue, and I've been talking about it, of distribution license. This is an issue that is making millers at times feel like delivering fortified flour from Nairobi to all that area or to Malindi or somewhere else becomes a bit difficult. One, because the charges are quite high for distribution from the counties, and that's why I would ask actually later some of these figures they share with those counties so that they understand some of the levies that they put, how they are impacting them. So, Prof, I think I still have 5 minutes. We are looking at us working with those counties, and we see how this flour can be able to reach the consumer. The other thing is, as we do this, we need something, we need to approach it from in a multi-sectoral approach. We need to have it. Because one of the things I've come to realize as an association or with NI alone, we cannot be able to work. We have a lot of people in the value chain that still needs to be considered for this. We've been trying to see whether we can bring the other macro mirrors on board, because when we look at it, these are still another group that we cannot pretend that they are not there. This group of portion millers, these are people who normally feed a lot of at the BOP level, they provide this food, and they provide affordable foods. So we are also trying to sit down and see how we can incorporate them to be part of us so that they can also be able to access some of the trainings that we are having. So in short, we need a lot. There are so much that is making small and mid-scale millers not to be able to comply as fast as the way CMA are doing. We are trying really to catch up with them. I know with Paloma we have met in so many forums, and I hear her talking, and I ask myself, which year will we reach such a level? Today I was with her, and she told me now they are praying at a global level, not at the national level. But you see, us at the national level also is a problem. So since they have gone to global level, then we need all those funds now to come back to small and mid-scale millers so that we can also be able to follow them on their way out. So I think with that, kindly, Prof, just allow me once again to say thank you to NI, TechnoServe, JQuat, Sanku, who have come and impacted us so much. They have done a commendable job for the 1 year that they have been with us here. I've seen so many millers embracing their model, and they are really playing a very important work that they are doing within the fortification sector. So thanks a lot for those few remarks, and I hope the next time, Bwana Prof, will get like around 20 minutes so that we can be able to articulate some of the issues that are really pressing us so much.
Thank you, Nyaga. We will create a forum for this. Thank you, Nyaga. A big round of applause for Nyaga. Let's do it my way. Let's give. Thank you. With that, I will call upon CMA, represented by Paloma. Kindly, Paloma, if you can save me a few minutes. Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. On behalf of the Cereal Millers Association of Kenya, I really want to start by acknowledging this important event. This Fortification Summit has highlighted the key role that millers play in addressing global malnutrition through fortification of commonly consumed staple foods. As the world faces a food price crisis, and we talked about this earlier, that is already impacting the diets and health of billions of vulnerable people, this agenda has never been more important. If we all realize that we are all partners in the global malnutrition problem, and each of us must strive to make a difference, then we've already started our journey. In the past, millers have not typically been positioned at the forefront of the conversation on food security and nutrition. But today, we are now working to change this. We must take responsibility to improve the national health status of our populations. And for us to make that difference, really, it's not about the funding. It's not about anything else. It's about being self-aware of the responsibility we have to make a difference. We need to be self-motivated at all times, even in the absence of external rewards, in the absence of immediate feedback, and we must be aware of all the strengths that we have and the areas of improvement that we need to make. Our journey of moving away from the word self-regulation, as Brenda said, to own check, was born from this desire to really do the right thing at all times, not to wait for government, development partners, or activists to tell us what to do, but just to do the right thing at all times. So our members reach over 38 million consumers. I think we do almost 95% of the wheat milling in Kenya and about 40% of the maize flour in Kenya. We fully recognize our role in improving nutrition. So in a bid to change Leila's narrative, and I think Leila, your narrative really scared us, but in a bid to change that, the most we can do at millers is really increase our compliance levels. And we've seen that compliance levels, and I was just talking to Felicitas, the compliance levels at the CMA have improved tremendously. And we're hoping that this has a significant impact on changing the narrative of malnutrition. Ken mentioned that we are now taking it a step further. We're lifting the bar for our millers. In recognizing creating this awareness and demand for nutritious food, the CMA has emerged as a front runner in championing food fortification initiatives, earning global recognition for the efforts of our members. This is huge. At the World Economic Forum in Davos in January 2023, our efforts were recognized when I was asked to present a call to action and encourage millers around the world to follow Kenya's lead to enable the scaling up of fortification excellence among food businesses of all size. It was a very strong call to move from just fortifying flour to embarking on a journey of fortification excellence. In June, the CMA held a CEO forum, the first of its kind in Kenya, to rally members to embark on the journey of excellence. In a significant stride towards this cause, our millers, in conjunction with TechnoServe, are currently piloting the new Kenya Millers Fortification Index, the KMFI, which will take fortification in this country to a new level. This self-regulatory and award scheme aims to enhance the quality and fortification of cereal flour products, including maize and wheat. And this is what I talked about, transparency of results. Recently at The Hague in Netherlands, at the World Micronutrient Forum, the CMA, along with other millers from Africa and Asia, committed to reach 1 billion people with adequately fortified food by 2026. CMA is proud to be a founding member of this initiative, and a few of our millers were recognized for their efforts and have been elevated to the status of global miller champions for their commitment to fortification and improving nutrition. I'd request all our millers from the CMA to just stand up. Just stand up. Anyone from the CMA? Thank you. Keep standing, keep standing. Every day, our millers at the CMA overcome difficult operational and business challenges to deliver healthy, quality food products to consumers. And we are extremely proud of their efforts and their dedication to doing the right thing. Well done. We at the CMA are happy to help building the capacity of the millers in the country. And Ken, if you can hear me, we're here to help you to scale up fortification. If our millers flourish, our families will flourish, and we will change the narrative for our country in the global fight against malnutrition. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paloma. I think very strong statement. Can we give her? Nikadogo hiyo. Si wako wengi? Yes, let's give them. Thank you. The next one to present is Jake Watt, and it's me, so 15 minutes. See, I'm sharing. Anyway, I'll be very brief. I think Jake Watt has been in the arena for a while, and we are very happy that the European Union gave us a chance to participate in food fortification. Our biggest role is capacity building and creation of knowledge. In the area of capacity building, I could say here without fear and favor, we have trained almost all the millers within the country with partners. What we did initially, which is actually one of the most important things, is we created the training guideline with members from the industry and by listening to everyone. That training guideline is still working for us because this has to be customized for the different groups. Beyond that, we went ahead and looked at public health officers who regulate. Together with partners, again, we spearheaded the development of the national guideline for public health officers regulating the milling sector. I would say in terms of also the area of strategic direction, my and team from government and other players can say Jake Watt has also played a very big role in developing the strategic plan 2018-2022. And I think those who have been attending the last one, 2023-2027, which is almost in the final steps, we've been very strong in helping to do this together with partners. The other thing which is very important and which you must remember is that by the EU, we have a state-of-the-art laboratory within Jake Watt. You don't have to send samples anywhere. I've been doing this for free for any miller who comes. But that period is coming to an end, so we must be meeting with money in your pocket. Yeah? So I do analysis a lot for anybody coming to look at a laboratory, whatever you need, but within a maximum period of 2 weeks. So this has helped us a lot, and I think this is the strongest element we have. We also have the third element, research. Some of the things you see national government implementing is carried actually in conjunction with our colleagues from the ministry. The current standards have been involved by stability studies carried by Jake Watt. We have new students who are looking at what are the benefits of fortified foods on health, and we have been carrying rat experiments. And the results we are getting are very good when you look at non-fortified ugali after being cooked and fortified ugali. Tremendous change in the blood hemoglobin, blood ferritin levels, and this is actually giving us hope that we are actually doing the right thing. The last thing I want to say is that we do surveillance studies nationwide together with the national government, and when these surveillance studies are done, we do all the analysis together. So we do together with KEPS, and we do together with National Public Health Labs. And we must thank all the millers for really accepting us when we come. We collect samples, bring them, create a uniform sample which is analyzed by the 3 labs, and based on that, the results are released and shared with all the members. And with that, I think, I want to stop there. We have 2 PhD students who are almost completing, and then 4 master's students, and there is room for training anybody, short-term training and whatever. That's what we are here for, and that's what Jake Watt is about. Thank you very much. Simakofi kwangu. One big one for me. Thank you very much. Okay, Sangu.
Mjamboni nyinyi wote. When I look at everybody in this room, I see champions. I see people who are in the war against what we call malnutrition or what we call hidden hunger. Tujipigie kofi moja. So I work for Sanku. My name is Alphonse Katua. Sanku stands for Fighting Against Hidden Hunger. And we came to Kenya maybe 1.5 years ago. And what I can say is that we've seen a lot of collaboration with our partners in this fight. We work with millers, and especially when it comes to their dosing units, where they're able to get a digital dosing unit that is accurate, and we work around that also by providing them a premix that is a quality premix, and we again work around their packaging to enable this. So I would like to thank the government for the support that they have given us, and especially in forums like this, where we are able to come together and look at what is it that we can do to improve this war against hidden hunger. One of the key things that I would say as Sanku, and what we have seen and experienced within the last 1.5 years that we've been in the market interacting with our millers, is in the field of knowledge, like to what extent do the general population, to what extent do our small and micro millers understand fortification? One of the key asks that I would like to point out is that we need this advocacy to be done in a manner that it entrenches and changes the mindset of our populations, not to refer to the fortificants as dawa. We've received calls where a miller says, dawa yangu imeisha, I mean in English, meaning that my chemical or my medicine that we put in the unga is finished. Now, how do we enhance that knowledge, whether it is through our education systems, whether it is through media, whether it's through anything that we can do, so that people understand that these are nutrients that are important in their bodies, that people understand these are essential for the growth of the children, so that we have a healthy nation, and we know the benefits of these nutrients in reducing the burden on health and all the other benefits that we all know. How do we enhance that knowledge impaction to our populations, so that we see this as nutrients, so that our people in the villages can actually look for that fortified flour. They can look for that miller who provides flour that has nutrients that are necessary to their bodies. So that is one of the key asks that, that I would say we've seen it as a gap, both for the millers and also for the general population. Other than that, I would like to say, as Sanku, we really appreciate the partnerships that we've had with all the champions of fortification and nutrition, the TechnoServe, NI, WFP, all the guys. We've collaborated very well, and we've managed to partner with about 130 millers, and we are still soldiering on. These are millers who were not fortifying adequately, maybe because their dosing units were not accurate, and now they are very happy with our dosing unit, and we really thank our partners who have worked with us in this, and really enable people to access fortified flour. Last but not the least is to thank the government for what we've seen, the support in this journey for fortification. We've seen millers walk to us, and they tell us they have been sent by cabs that go and see Sanku, they are able to support you in fortification. We've seen millers who come and say, JQuad sent us to you so that you can help them fortify. We want to do this more. We want to collaborate more. And for Sanku, when we find a miller with a working dosing unit, we don't remove it. We encourage them, and we applaud them. So really, our mission is to target those millers who have a defective unit, those millers who do not understand what a premix or a fortificant is, and we work a lot with TechnoServe, especially on the trainings, and our millers are really appreciating. So thank you, everybody, for being part of that soldier who is fighting malnutrition. Let's keep doing this. Our partners, let's not relent on the support, and let's end malnutrition for our populations. Thank you very much.
Thank you. A big one for Sanku. Let's give. No. Let's follow instructions. Let's give. Thank you very much. Using this moment, may I invite Gain, Ruth? I think the floor is yours, Director. Gain.
Good afternoon, everyone. Let me say that on behalf of GAIN, I'm really delighted to be in your midst, to be part of the third summit, Fortification Summit. I believe this is really a good opportunity for us to share lessons, look at where we're addressing challenges, but at the same time, leverage on our opportunities. I think this is what we've been doing. So before you leave here, please ask yourself, have I contributed? Have I learned? Am I leveraging on something that somebody has said so that we make things better? Allow me at this point to really thank the national government and the county government for what they are doing towards fortification and also solving or improving on nutritional outcomes in this country. I know there are lots of challenges that have been said here, but you can imagine if they were not doing anything, where we would be. One of the things that Leila has presented really projects a very gloom picture. But you can imagine if there was nothing being done. So I really still want to really applaud them for a job well done. There's room for improvement. And as again, I think Professor Seal alluded to that. We'll always be there to support. And we've supported. I want to say that for those who don't know, that GAIN has really worked in this country in fortification. Since 2012, we've been involved with the industry players, building their capacity, looking at standards, and also heightening surveillance for fortification, and also looking at mandatory requirement for fortification. So we've been in that space, and I know there's still a lot to be done, and we're willing to continue in that space. Last year, with other partners in this room, I'm sure there are quite a number of us here, we supported the government of Kenya to review the first generation of the fortification strategy. That is a 2018-2022 strategy. And I think there is a new strategy coming up, which we'll be glad to be partner in launching. It really addresses a number of challenges in the space of micronutrient deficiency in the Kenyan population. Again, Kenya, we are currently working with the county governments of Mombasa, Nyandarua, Kiambu, Nakuru, Nairobi, to build the capacity of the public health officers to enforce fortification standards and also to carry out surveillance. So I know there are some county officials here. If I did not mention your county, just know that we are coming there. We actually looking at how do we move this to the county level and not stay at the national level. So we see industrial fortification for us is a critical pathway to address hidden hunger. Micronutrient deficiency constitute a significant form of malnutrition, which only impacts the health of individuals, but also hampers economic growth of the country. You know, Leila told us that stunted workers, their output is lower. I don't know whether you are telling us as employers we look out for that we do not employ people that are stunted, but discussion for another day. But it has an impact on the economy and a serious impact on the development of children. So really we have to do all that is within our means to ensure that we address the issue of micronutrient deficiency through fortification. The Kenya National Micronutrient Survey of 2011, guys, 2011. I think it's also high time we do another survey. We are all in this space. I'm a statistician by background, so I really don't think this is accurate data, but this is what we have. So we'll still use it, but I'm really calling people, can't we do another survey? It is possible to do another survey. But it depicts the country as really burdened by micronutrient deficiencies, and mostly looking at vitamin A, iron, and iodine. And for your information, at that survey of 2011, hoping things have improved, we had a zinc deficiency standing at 70%. And this is not something interesting at all. So I would really call upon each of us to really see what we can do towards improving on the space of fortification in the country because of the health benefit. We know the health benefit for children under 5, pregnant women, and women of reproductive age. I really recognize the invaluable learning and collaboration platform for the stakeholders in this space. And I believe that we will take the results of this summit further to see how to improve on that space. We are committed to collaborating with stakeholders through different platforms like the Kenya National Food Fortification Alliance, and also strengthened partnership with the large-scale food fortification players, particularly the private sector that Ken was talking about. We really want to work with you. We are actually the leaders in the Sun Business Network, scaling up nutrition business network. And we work with medium and small scale and medium entrepreneurs. So in that space also, we have room to work with other entrepreneurs. So please, I believe, ladies and gentlemen, when we leave here, these proceedings and recommendations will be very valuable in having concrete actions that could improve on our nutritional outcomes through fortification. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. KNMS, I like that one. Let's do it. Yeah, we need new data, and I think this is a very good challenge. I appreciate it a lot. One big one for Ruth. Thank you very much. We go to TNS.
Good afternoon, everybody. Great. My name is Toby Jorotoye, and I'm the Deputy Director for the Ignite initiative that was mentioned by Rizwan earlier. It's a large-scale food fortification program that's being funded by the Gates Foundation. As Rizwan mentioned, TechnoServe has been able to leverage an approach that's very much focused on business solutions to poverty as a pathway to creating impact, especially regarding food fortification. In our original program, the Strengthening African Processors of Fortified Foods program started in 2016. We really focused on three main pillars to drive industry engagement. That was data generation, empirical evidence for corrective action. The second one was trust building, really deepening those partnerships and those relationships at an industry level. The third one is senior level buy-in. As Paloma mentioned earlier, that's typically been in the form of a CEO forum that we roll out in every country that we're operating the program. So securing this senior level buy-in and facilitating the cross-sectoral dialogue really helps us drive towards the collective impact that we want to see. We have then been able to further adapt, refine, and expand this model in 8 countries now across Asia and Africa under the Millers for Nutrition program. We drive this engagement through a digital engagement platform or portal known as the M4N portal. Here we're able to solicit feedback, insights, and really generate those critical inputs from industry to understand what their challenges are. And the digital engagement platform also allows us to respond to that in real time, facilitating the delivery of technical assistance, access to Knowledge Hub, which is usually in the form of resources such as manuals, guides, tools, and practical solutions that millers can actually apply. But we still understand that fortification is a journey. And categorizing these roadblocks at various points is very key. So we know that depending on that journey, millers can be considered starters, right? And we need to be able to find a way to encourage them to adopt fortification. They can be practitioners, and we need to be able to find a way to enable them to continue doing the right thing in a cost-effective manner. And in the case of Kenya, there are many here that are champions. So how do we celebrate that? And this platform that we're seeing here today, where we're collectively coming together, is very heartwarming because it is providing that platform for us to celebrate millers in Kenya and then share these experiences at a global level. Our work with the CMA has been very critical in this regard. As Paloma mentioned earlier, piloting and further expanding the Kenya Millers Fortification Index has been a very strategic initiative for us. Co-creating this framework of a self-evaluation that cuts across all business operations, from governance to personnel to procurement to training. We see those critical areas where we can interject quality and commitment to fortification. So as TNS, we are delighted to use this as an advocacy platform, bringing together global champions, starters, and practitioners at every point of the journey. And sharing this great progress with all of you here today has also been very rewarding. We understand that ecosystem partners is what keeps the wheels going. So the delivery of our technical assistant leverages a number of strategic fortification partners, some of which are actually here in the building today. We're working with Sanku, NI, getting into some geographies as well. And this is really what allows us to harness the respective expertise that we have here as a community towards collective impact. So we're looking forward to continuing our partnerships, exploring new ways to enhance our collective objectives and our approaches. And thank you once again for having TechnoServe represented here today.
Thank you very much. I think spot on time. I appreciate a lot. One big one for him. Thank you. Now, I'll beg we move to World Food Program.
Good afternoon, everyone. I promise I'll be brief. It's been a long morning, but an incredibly interesting one. My name is Ana Fernandez, and I'm here representing our country director. So on behalf of the country director, Ms. Lauren Landis, who could not be here today, but she's a champion on anything nutrition and fortification. The first thing I would like to do is really compliment the government of Kenya, the Ministry of Health, and other ministries and government agencies for providing the leadership that enables us, WFP, to support healthy and nutritious diets for Kenyans. Today, we are delighted to join you in celebrating a decade of fortification in Kenya under this great theme, shaping the future through innovation and partnerships. So why we convene at this critical time? And I think Leila has done an incredible job at outlining the issues. But my key takeaway is really a call for action based on the challenges that remain. So let me add a few points. The world faces an unprecedented crisis of hunger and malnutrition, made worse by the lingering impacts of COVID, climate change, conflict, and the rising cost of food and energy. The latest State of Food Security and Nutrition report paints a really stark picture. Close to 800 million people worldwide face hunger in 2022, marking an increase of 122 million from pre-pandemic levels. Over a third of the global population cannot afford a diet that meets their nutrition needs. In Kenya, alarmingly, the number of people unable to afford a healthy diet stands at 39.2 million in 2021. Reduced access to nutritious diets leads to malnutrition, as nutritious foods are often the first to be sacrificed in times of financial hardship. In this context, access to nutritious, fortified foods must be ensured, making them not only available, but also desirable and affordable to the whole population. And this is really where fortification comes in as part of the solution. Large-scale fortification emerges as a cost-effective strategy to enhance nutrition intake, particularly during crisis. In 2023, following the worst drought Kenya has seen in decades, the WFP Kenya office distributed, jointly with the government, 16,000 metric tons of fortified foods, including cooking oils and specialized nutritious foods for pregnant women and children. But beyond crisis, creating end-to-end demand for fortified foods is imperative to increase availability and consumption, including production, distribution, retailing, and consumer engagement, as we discussed today. Moreover, investing in fortification yields significant economic returns, with every dollar invested generating 27 in economic benefits through disease prevention, improved earnings, and increased productivity. WFP is fully committed to support government's efforts to creating an enabling environment for locally fortified production. WFP supports initiatives like maize flour micromilling in Makueni and Baringo counties, and is also exploring rice fortification the third most consumed staple, to expand dietary choices and promote equity in accessing fortified foods. We appreciate partners like DSM, Sanku, and Jomo Kenyatta University, with whom we are collaborating in some of these ventures. WFP also complements government efforts in ensuring food safety and quality through the value chain, with establishment of the mini labs that Brenda talked about, and training programs across 16 counties. Over 400 public health officers have been trained and accredited for aflatoxin management. In response to climate change, WFP also supports the adoption of biofortified foods in arid counties, facilitating dietary diversification. These are some examples of successful and promising examples, but as we discussed today, a lot more needs to be done. Lastly, I just want to state that WFP pledges its full and unwavering collaboration with the government of Kenya, fellow UN agencies, NGOs, academia, and the private sector to accelerate efforts in food fortification and to enhance the availability, access, affordability, and consumption of fortified foods. Thank you all for your commitment, your attention, and dedication to this critical cause.
Thank you very much. Very strong commitment. I think needs to be lauded. Let's give for WFP one big one. Thank you very much. I take this opportunity now to move to NI. Oh, sorry.
Good afternoon. It's great to see some new faces and some old faces too. Welcome again to the third summit. We are celebrating 10 years of food fortification programs, and our theme today is to shape the future through innovation and partnership. NI, for those who do not know, NI is a Canadian organization committed to seeing a world where everyone, everywhere, is free from malnutrition and is able to reach their full potential. And we say we make the difference in nutrition because nutrition is the difference. It's the difference between taking a child to school and enabling that child to learn. It's the difference between giving birth to a child and enabling that child and mother to survive. It's also the difference between getting a disease and surviving it. And the government of Kenya is currently promoting and prioritizing a truly preventive approach to malnutrition. The conversations we are having today are aligned with government strategy to address malnutrition broadly, but also to promote a truly preventive and promotive environment for health and nutrition issues. And every time, as the chair of the civil society, I listen to most of the civil society organizations talk about nutrition. And just remembering Leila's presentation on the prevalence of different manifestations of malnutrition in this country, it's a solid reminder that poor diets are a fundamental cause of malnutrition in this country. And looking at about a quarter of our population not able to access a minimum acceptable diet on a daily basis. And then I go back to the key elements of an overall strategy. And as World Food Programme has mentioned, food fortification is one of the low-cost, high-impact interventions with a return on investment for $1 to $27 for every investment in food fortification. But let's not forget that it's one of the key elements. And in our theme on innovation and partnerships, let us not forget the other elements. Nutrition education would be a key driver of even consumption and availability of fortified foods, as well as acceptability. The other day, I was in a supermarket and someone was shopping next to me and was looking at different flowers on the shelf, and one person asked, "Hii fortification inamanishanga nini?" And as we drive an enabling environment for food fortification, the government has really emphasized mandatory food fortification for the selected products that we have talked about today. The main objective of the NI program is really to support compliance and enforcement, particularly for maize flour. And why maize flour? We know that maize flour is consumed by 90% of the population in this country. But it's also a very political product. It's political at household level, it's political at industry level, but it's also political at the political level. And there are so many challenges, but we have also seen very significant improvements by the millers in compliance and enforcement, in coordination at different levels. But we also know that we have a lot of challenges and opportunities that have been mentioned that I am not going to repeat. But in creating an enabling environment, let us not forget the role of nutrition education and consumer education. Where I come from, just to emphasize how poor diets are a fundamental driver of this. You will serve half a plate of ugali with 3 omenas and a lot of soup. And the ugali will be measured with the omenas to an extent that they will get finished at the same time. That is how we eat. And so as we continue with partnerships and innovation in this regard, I think we still need to look at the enabling environment. In the last millers conference, I heard that a miller requires at least 18 permits, not just to move maize from one county to another, but also to be able to process to the required standards. So we still have a lot of work beyond the policies and strategies that we have supported. We still have a lot of work to do in coordination. And in the nutrition environment, I think most of our coordination does not involve the private sector. 90% of the food value chain is driven by the private sector, and we need to embrace more and bring them more into the dialogue table to enhance the quantities of fortified products we are having. Aflatoxins is a challenge. NI has provided kits to help self-testing. We are also working with JQuad and World Food Program on labs, very tailored capacity for millers at the processing level, as well as supporting PHOs and the industry with microdosers in collaboration with Sanko. So we again want to reiterate our commitment today to continue to support strategies, policies, coordination, addressing aflatoxins, microdosers and machines, capacity required, as well as working with Brenda and the team in supporting PHOs to enhance compliance and enforcement. But most importantly, self-regulation has been a key driver of ensuring that we adequately fortify food. But aflatoxins and contamination then negates fortification if we don't have safe products in the market. So we would like to reiterate our commitment. There are several opportunities to expand fortification and particularly availability of fortified maize flour. The government has committed to addressing school meals with 30 million children included on an UGI program, and we are looking at opportunities to ensure in the school meals and nutrition policy that the UGI is fortified UGI for children. I was speaking to a governor in a county who said, you know, I went to school to drink porridge, not to study, but in the process, I studied and drank porridge at the same time, and I went only twice a week when porridge was provided. So there are several opportunities to explore. We are going to continue to work together with partners and government, and we look forward to continuing with the work that we have been doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mother. I think beyond milling, supplying to schools, that's a very strong one. I think helping our children to be the next generation, that's a very strong statement. Let's give. Thank you. Now we'll go to the last speaker for this session, UNICEF, the director. I think oh, you have handed over. Thank you.
Chief guest, Dr. Abuya, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Hamjambo. So my name is Dr. Teta Ismail. I am the head of the nutrition program for UNICEF. And it is a great honor to be with you today for the third Kenya National Food Fortification Summit. I extend my gratitude to the Kenya National Fortification Alliance for the crucial gathering aimed at addressing one of the most pressing issues, ensuring adequate nutrition for all Kenyans. Food fortification, as mentioned by previous speakers, is a fundamental aspect of public health and national development. It directly impacts the well-being and prospect of our citizens, particularly the most vulnerable segments of the population. In the world today, where millions suffer from malnutrition and its devastating consequences, fortifying our food with essential nutrients is a proven and cost-effective strategy to improve public health outcomes and break the cycle of poverty. As we gather here today, it is imperative to recognize the significant progress that Kenya has made in achieving some of the World Health Assembly 2025 targets. From 2008 to 2022, Kenya has made progress in reducing childhood stunting from 25% to 18%, wasting from 7% to 5%, and strengthening exclusive breastfeeding from 22% to 60%. Despite this progress, we must also acknowledge the persistent challenge that continues to hinder our efforts, including micronutrient deficiencies, with the most common deficiencies being iron, zinc, folate, iodine, and vitamin A, which remains of public health concern, especially for Kenyan children and women. Despite commendable initiative and investment, significant gaps remained in the implementation and enforcement of fortification standards across various sectors in the food industry. And that, therefore, advancing the agenda of food fortification remains crucial. Ladies and gentlemen, this summit serves as a crucial platform for stakeholders from government, industry, civil society, and academia to come together and take stock of the progress Kenya has made in food fortification in the past decade, exchange knowledge and experiences, and chart a course of action, including follow-up on actions from the 2021 Food Fortification Summit. We must prioritize the scaling up of fortification programs, enhance regulatory frameworks, strengthen monitoring and enforcement mechanisms, and foster multi-stakeholders partnership to drive sustainable change. Moreover, we must ensure these efforts are inclusive and equitable, leaving no one behind. Furthermore, it is imperative to raise awareness among consumers about the importance of fortified foods and empower them to make informed choices for themselves and for their families. Education and advocacy play a crucial role in generating demand of fortified products and fostering a culture of nutrition consciousness within our society. As the technical lead for the nutrition sector in Kenya, I would like to express UNICEF's commitment to support the efforts of the Kenyan government and its partners in advancing the agenda of food fortification. Together, we can build a future where every Kenyan has access to safe, nutritious, and fortified food, laying the foundation of a healthier, happier, and prosperous nation. Asanteni sana.
Thank you very much, UNICEF. A big round of applause for them. Let's give them. Thank you. So with that, now I'll take this moment to invite our chief guest who will give us highlights of what the government has been doing and what commitments and direction the government would provide for us. So we have been honored to have our chief guest sitting here with us since morning. Dr. Abuya, you can already be whatever. And I'll tell you, the gentleman with us here is somebody who has committed to food fortification. I've attended many meetings where we get government officers come and read and go. But in 3 or 4 occasions, we have stayed with Dr. Abuya from morning to evening to the next day. And when he speaks substance. This is the substance we are going to get now. Dr. Abuya, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Prof. Good afternoon, all. My name is Dr. Abuya from the Ministry of Health. Today, I know we have interacted with some of us in this room before, especially during the development of the strategy for the food fortification. But today, I'm not here on my own behalf. I'm here on behalf of the PS, State Department for Public Health and Professional Standards, Madam Mary Mudhoni, and I also deliver her apologies. She would have wished to be with us here today, but because of exigencies of service, she was required to be present in another function elsewhere. So you will indulge me to go straight to the message from our PS, and I will read it in the speech. So this speech by PS Mary Mudhoni, Principal Secretary, State Department for Public Health and Professional Standards in the Ministry of Health, during the 3rd Kenya National Food Fortification Summit on 29 February here at the Safari Park Hotel. Representatives from the national government ministries, representatives from the county governments, regional and country representatives from the European Union, UNICEF, Nutrition International, Global Alliance for Improved Nutrition, TechnoServe, World Food Program, JKU Art, SANCO, development partners, representatives from the private sector, ladies and gentlemen. I am honored to join you today during the 3rd National Food Fortification Summit 2024. The theme of the summit is Celebrate a Decade of Food Fortification in Kenya, Shaping the Future Through Innovation and Partnerships. The summit comes at a time when we are marking a decade of mandatory fortification of staple foods and more than 4.5 decades of successful salt iodization. Therefore, this is a great milestone in food fortification as we celebrate the achievements made and plan how to tackle the challenges faced over the years. Ladies and gentlemen, food fortification is one of the most cost-effective, high-impact nutrition interventions in prevention and control of micronutrient deficiencies. Staple food fortification has demonstrably increased the availability of micronutrients essential to health, growth, and development in the diets of people across the globe. Over 100 countries are implementing national fortification programs, leveraging significant improvements in human health and productivity at an extremely low cost. Ladies and gentlemen, as we reflect today on the gains achieved through food fortification in Kenya, I wish to highlight that overall, progress has been made in elimination of malnutrition in all its forms. There has been a significant reduction in stunting among children under 5 years from 26% in 2014 to 18% in 2022. As we count the gains achieved, I take note of the importance of optimal nutrition for all Kenyans, to the development of this country. Indeed, Ban Ki-moon, the 8th Secretary General of the United Nations, once said, "Nutrition is both a maker and a marker of development. Improved nutrition is the platform for progress in health, education, employment, empowerment of women, and the reduction of poverty and inequality, and can lay the foundation for peaceful, secure, and stable societies." Ladies and gentlemen, malnutrition in any of its form has a significant effect on a country's economic growth due to its impact on healthcare costs, education, and productivity. The 2019 Cost of Hunger in Africa, Kenya study revealed that Kenya lost 373 billion, equivalent to 6.9% of the GDP in 2014, hence undermining Human Development Index and subsequently the human capital. Ladies and gentlemen, as we celebrate a decade of mandatory food fortification, the Ministry of Health is confident that significant gains have been realized. The ministry is planning to conduct a national micronutrient survey to determine the prevalence of selected micronutrient deficiencies and infectious diseases. I think this answers a question that was raised here by the country director for GAIN. The findings of this survey will ascertain the gains made towards reduction of micronutrient deficiencies in the country. The last survey conducted in 2011 showed that the most common deficiencies among the Kenyan population are those of iron, folate, zinc, iodine, and vitamin A. At that time, about 1/3 of the children aged 6 to 59 months and 42% of pregnant women were anemic. Vitamin A deficiency and marginal vitamin A deficiencies among preschool children were at 9.2% and 52%, respectively. The prevalence of zinc deficiency was high at 83% among children 6 to 59 months of age and 68% in pregnant women. The prevalence of other types of nutritional anemia, such as folate and vitamin B12 deficiency, was 31% and 47%, respectively, among non-pregnant adolescent girls aged 15 to 19 years. Ladies and gentlemen, let me reflect on the achievements we have realized in mass fortification, especially for maize, wheat, vegetable fats, and oils, together with the industry players here present today. At the start of the fortification of these products, only large-scale millers were at the forefront. So far, we've had middle and small-scale millers performing excellently in food fortification. The industry is also doing well in self-regulation or own checks, as we have been advised. And in addition, the Kenya National Food Fortification Alliance, hosted by the ministry, has provided industry players with a platform to seek redress on matters affecting them in regards to food fortification. Salt iodization is a success story, with nearly all households at more than 99% in Kenya consuming iodized salt. More than 80% and 70% of the wheat flours and fats and oils, respectively, are adequately fortified. It's only in the maize industry where we are not doing so well due to high fragmentation of the industry. All the same, about half of packaged maize flours are adequately fortified. Ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, I wish to commend the great collaboration that partners such as European Union, UNICEF, Nutrition International, Global Alliance for Improved Nutrition, World Food Programme, Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology, and SANCO has had in the Ministry of Health through the Division of Nutrition and Dietetics. The collaboration has contributed in development and sustainability support of a robust food fortification program. I take this opportunity to appreciate the great work done by the industries and invite you to join us in appreciating and celebrating their outstanding performance in food fortification. God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that is laudable and very commendable for the government, and I think the commitment on food fortification continues. Dr. Abuya, thank you very much. But for serikali hatupigi moja. Yeah, who remembers makofi ya Nyayo? Yeah. But what I will do, we will do 5 factorial. 5 factorial means you clap 5, you clap 4, you clap 3, and the last one you do it very thunderously. So for government, I think we have to be different, and government gives strategic direction. So I say we do the factorial one. So let's start. Let's prepare, let's begin. So thank you very much. I think this brings us to a very good position right now, and I think we again once more thank all the people who have given remarks, different remarks from the morning up to here, and we appreciate you all for your contribution. We are at the tail end of our program, and before we finish and award the industries, I think everybody who stood here gave some commitment. So we have summarized those commitments in such a way that they need to be said and actuated. So I'll call upon one of us, Edgar, to read the commitments for us. Edgar, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Prof. Good afternoon. Are we that hungry? Good afternoon. Yeah, so today we've made quite a number of presentations, but we all know that if it is not documented, then it is as well as it was never done. Eh? And again, Prof, we also need to set agenda for the next summit. And I believe that these commitments are really going to set the agenda for the next summit. So that agenda number 1 will be review of these commitments. Eh? Yes. So without further ado, I'll request that I read the commitments. Maybe I just get the microphone. Yeah, so thank you. So I know you're wondering why I'm the one who is going to lead this process. I'm Edgar Okoth. I coordinate the civil societies here in Kenya. I also head the secretariat. And as civil society, we are known in terms of holding stakeholders accountable for the commitments that they are making. So for today, we have commitments that have been enumerated from government. We also have industry, and then we have partners. So for government, they are going to make a commitment on technical support to industry in terms of trainings, mentorship, and support visits. They're also going to provide leadership, coordination, and partnership. So that's the first commitment. The second commitment is advocacy for increased uptake of fortified foods and for financial support to fortification activities. 3, enhance surveillance and enforcement in food fortification. 4 is recognize and highlight best practices for replication. 5, scale up food fortification to microprocessors of mandatory fortifiable foods. And then last is expand the scope of the food vehicles such as rice. To the industry are 4 commitments. Number 1 is embrace food fortification as a collective social responsibility for the population of Kenya. Number 2, embrace self-regulation in food fortification practices. 3, commit to engage actively through the stakeholder forums, such as associations, to improve coordination and partnership in support of food fortification. And last, create a level playing field for food fortification collaborators, such as premix suppliers. And then to the partners, to provide technical and financial support for food fortification, and 2, advocacy for food fortification. So the way we're going to do the signing, if you know you came to the podium, then it means that you're going to represent your sector. So I have a pen, and I'm going to keep this pen in remembrance to today. So I'm going to request Daktari Dr. Boy, I've known you for a long time, so that you lead this in terms of a commitment from government, because government takes lead. So we'd want you to come, and then the photojournalists, yeah? We want you to capture this as a commitment from government. Yeah? Yes. So we know that the PS is not in, so we are going to leave this space. Yes, we'll take this to the PS to be able to sign. So Dr. Buya is going to sign not on behalf of the PS, but on behalf of government as the first person, and it's in triplicate. So you'll sign 3, because 1, we are going to give to the PS. Number 2, we are going to give to the industry. And then number 3, we are going to give to the chair of the civil society, because we'll need to be able to monitor how this is being done. So, Dr. Buya? Yes. Yes, so sign that. So you clap. I mean, getting government to commit in writing. Yeah, so thank you so much, Dr. Can you give him one round of applause again? Government is devolved. So we've gotten representative from the national government, and I know we have quite a number of counties represented here, but because I have the mic, I would like someone from Nairobi County, if you allow me, to represent all the counties, because they're now the host county. Is that okay? Any ranking official from Nairobi County? Okay, in the absence of Nairobi County, anyone from COG? You have someone from COG? COG? Oh, they left. The neighboring county is Kajiado. Any ranking official from Kajiado County? Yes, I see someone smiling. Kindly come and represent the counties. It's a privilege. And that's where leadership starts. And then let's get NI preparing to follow Q. And then we'll have WFP. And then GAIN, UNICEF, USAID, SANKU, TNS, GMOA, CMA, JQuat. So Prof, I'm giving you the last opportunity because you've been here longest. Okay, so let's have WFP, kindly. Then We have Martha. You're the one representing the organization. Do not delegate. Let's have Martha next. UNICEF. Yes, Gain, or you are here. Charles, eh? Okay. USAID, kindly come. Yeah, let's have UNICEF. Let's have Gain. USAID. GMOA. CMA, JQuat, Sanku, kindly in that order so that we want to release you before 2 p.m. Your Prof. Yes. Next. GMOA, CMA. So Prof, just sign one. We'll get you the rest of the copies. Yeah, just to manage time. Let's give GMA to sign. CMA. Or TNS, you're here, and Sankwe. Do we have TechnoServe? Yes. Oh, yeah. Okay. Oh, TNS is TechnoServe. Okay, thank you. So thank you so much. And with these signatures, we shall hold you accountable for the commitments that you've made. Because you came here willingly, you signed willingly, so just know that we are now on you to ensure that the commitments that you read, because they have been recorded, we'll get the recordings, and then we'll ensure that those commitments are properly put on paper, and then we'll attach these commitments, and you are with your signature. So just know that we are on you right now. And I think we need someone to be able to keep this very safe. And there is no one to do that other than the chair of the civil society. Martha, I'll call you once again to just have this copy kept somewhere very safe, so that whenever we go for any other meeting, we'll be able to pick it and flash it in terms of the commitments that were made. So, Leila, maybe you just hand this over to the civil society so that they keep it very safe for.
So the civil society's role is to hold everyone accountable for the commitments they made. And I was sitting on the table and telling everybody around the table that let's meet same time in a police cell next year if we don't live up to these commitments. I hope that the civil society will be able to hold everyone accountable for the commitments that we have made today. Thank you for making these commitments, and thank you for putting your signature as a solid indication that your mouth was in your heart.
Kindly, let's clap for them. A lot of money will start flowing, eh? Yes. One more clap, kindly. I know we are hungry. Okay, yeah, thank you so much.
So to the most interesting part of the meeting, just taking over from Professor Sila on behalf of Motua of KEBS. So we want to do the award ceremony, and Mwai will describe for us how we selected the industries, and then we will award the industry. We will use several of the guests to award the industry. So Mwai, you can come over. So this is the program manager, Food Fortification, the behind-the-scenes guy, the person who has made this event happen together with his team. I was laughing at him. My name is being mentioned the whole meeting, and him is not being mentioned. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Leila. I'm not going to give all the details in terms of the criteria which was used, but maybe the only thing which I'm going to mention is the issue of the categorization in terms of how the categories which we have and the industries which we are going to be awarding today. We have 5 categories in terms of the industries. And why 5 categories is because we found it good to also, as with the experience which we had last time, where a big group of industries did not appear in terms of the recognition, we thought it would be good for us also to have a category for the medium and small scale microprocessors in maize industry. But for all the others, we have the salt industry, we have the edible oil industry, we have then for the maize, we have the large scale millers and also the medium and small scale millers, and then wheat industry. So those are the categories which we have. And for each category, we have 3 awards, the first, second, and the third. And those are the ones which we are now going to call upon for the awarding. Leila, maybe I will request you to guide in terms of the awarding. And maybe before we move on to that, one of the things maybe I should also have mentioned is on top of the performance in terms of the compliance, there are other factors which we found important for consideration in relation to the relationship between the different players in the food industry and the food fortification program, where apart from, because in terms of the performance, in terms of compliance, there are quite a number of people who are performing quite well, but beyond that, there is the acceptance of the programming, there is the uptake of the food fortification, there are other partners whom we are working with, and they have offered support. And there are those who are coming up to take up the kind of support which is required. So it was a category, it was a criteria which was quite broad. We discussed that in the technical committee. There was a committee which was guiding the whole process of the Food Fortification Summit, preparing for this Food Fortification Summit. And the committee who are there, the members who are the committee who are here, maybe they can, members who are allowed, the people who are in my committee, you can stand up. Yeah, the members who are in the committee, you can stand up. And these are the members who, they have the detailed criteria which we use. They were comfortable with it, and therefore, that's why I'm saying I may not need to go into the details of the whole criteria, but they were happy with the criteria which you applied. But one of the components which is very key is where the relationship between also the industries and the different partners whom we are working with, both the government and also the partners, in addition to uptake of the initiatives which are coming on top of being compliant to food fortification. Asanteni.
Yeah, and on top of recognizing all the other industry players, we may not award all of you, but we know that you have contributed a great deal to have fortified foods. So thank you, Mwai. We will start with Ismail. He will help us to award the salt industry. So we will have position 3 first, then position 2, then position 1. Mwai will read out the positions. Thank you.
Okay. So for the salt industry, the third position goes to Ken Salt Limited. A round of applause for Ken Salt. Then the second position goes to Crystal and Salt Limited. A round of applause for Crystal and Salt Limited. And then the first position goes to Maridi Salt Works Limited. Applause to Maridi Salt.
We can have the salt industry all come together with Ismail and Dr. Abuya to take a photo together. Kindly, we can move very fast. Then the next industry we are awarding will be awarded by Ali from USID. I know I've ambushed him, my apologies. So he'll help us with awarding the oil industry, yeah.
Okay, for the oil industry, that position goes to Pwani Oil Products Limited. Pwani Oil. Okay.
Is there someone who can collect for them? I know I can't call Paloma because she's in. Anyone who can collect for Pwani? Any friend of Pwani? Come subsector Ann. Davis from Kenya Association of Manufacturers. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Davis. You can collect on behalf of the Pwani Oil Products. Davis is the coordinator for that sector. A loud applause for Pwani. Then the second position goes to Kappa Oil Refineries Limited. Kappa Oil Refineries Limited. Oh, yes. For second position? A round of applause for Kappa Oil Refineries Limited. And then the first position goes to Bidco Africa Limited. A round of applause for Bidco. Then we can have all the three industries coming so that we can take a photo, a group photo. Just a minute, we have a group photo. Daktari, please.
So the next one who is supporting us to give the award will be Anna from WFP. So Anna, be ready. You can come over, Anna.
The third industry to award is the maize industry for the medium and small scale millers. And the third position goes to Risblood Multicare Limited. Risblood. Yes, Risblood is allowed. A round of applause to Risblood. The second position goes to Mwanga Millers.
Sorry? Anna, it is the three of them. Where are you going? Yeah. Anna is not used to these African things, eh? Yes, so we have to, yes, you just, yes.
So Mwanga Millers. Second position goes to Mwanga Millers. Mwanga Millers. If Mwanga Millers are not allowed, Ken Nyaga, that's why you are member. Yes, please. Yes, please receive on behalf of the Mwanga Millers. Thank you. And then the first position goes to Bianda Millers Limited. Bianda Millers Limited. Bianda Millers, then if they are not available, then can you still collect for Bianda Millers? No, the other side. A round of applause to Bianda Millers. Then we can take a group photo for the three. Daktari again, please. Sorry. Oh, you ingine. Peleka ingine Mwanga Millers.
So the next one going to help us as they finish the group photo is Martha. Martha, through Nutrition International, they have really helped the medium and small scale millers. So Martha will be awarding the maize millers, medium, large, Martha. Sorry, but Martha, they have worked very well with medium.
Okay. For the large scale millers for maize, the third position goes to Unga Limited. Unga Limited for the maize. A round of applause to Unga. Second position for maize flour industries, large scale millers goes to Capwell Industries Limited. A round of applause to Capwell. And then the first position for the maize goes to Mombasa Maize Millers. Oh, okay. A round of applause to Mombasa Maize Millers. Then we can take a group photo for the large scale millers. Yes, please.
So kindly, Dr. Abuya, you can remain behind. You will be you will make the final awards. Yeah.
So for the wheat industry, the third position for the wheat industry goes to Pembe Flour Mills. Pembe Flour Mills. That is the third position for the wheat industry. A round of applause to Pembe. Then for the second position for the wheat industry goes to Unga Limited. A round of applause again for Unga. And the first position for the wheat industries goes to Grain Industries Limited. Grain Industries Limited. Paloma, then you can take it for them. Then we invite the wheat industry for a group photo. Leila, I don't want to come back to you.
So thank you very much. Let's give all the number ones, twos, threes a big round of applause. Let's give them a standing ovation, standing ovation, standing ovation. Continue the Obama clap, Obama clap, Obama clap until they are satisfied. Obama clap until they are happy. Obama clap, Obama clap. Thank you very, very much, our industries, for the good work. This time we tried to separate the maize, small and medium scale maize millers so that we really recognize effort as we go along. So we have come to the end of our event. We are finished with, we even did our commitment. And let me just move here. Yeah, thank you very much for your time. We wanted just this short and very good meeting to be able just to convene and ensure that we have spoken to each other. The good thing, as Mwai has said and many of us have said, we have a very good working relationship with the industries. We visit them every other time. KEBS visits them every other time. So it's not like this is where we are meeting. It's just that we wanted to bring all the stakeholders together so that we also celebrate our wins. Remember, the theme of this summit was actually celebrating the gains, looking at the last 10 years, where have we been? And I'm hoping when we conduct the Kenya National Micronutrient Survey, we'll really even celebrate the industry in a bigger way because of the support they're giving the Kenyan population in terms of contribution to reduction of forms of malnutrition. So mine is to just thank you for your time and also just reflect again on the commitments we have made. Government, we are very, very committed. We have written explicitly in the commitment guide the way we will commit to continue capacity building the industries in terms of technical and financial support. We actually mobilize resources. We even impress on the partners where they can put the resources. So we listen very keenly to the industry. As you can see, Ken is usually an advocate of the small ones. So we listen keenly and then we look for the resources that can be used to support. And we really thank the many players that have come on board in food fortification. A while back, we didn't have the likes of Sanku, the likes of TechnoServe in terms of big players. But now they have transformed into big players as collaborators, plus all the traditional players that we have had, like Nutrition International. GAIN started us off in a big way in 2012, and we really are happy with the way the landscape is changing, and people are appreciating that each one of us has a critical role that we are playing. We have also committed as government to ensure that we also give good credit where it is due. So it's a commitment we have signed off. We continue checking for compliance. On an annual basis, we check for compliance, and we really reward the best performing. So we will commit to continue with that. We will also ensure that we are working closely in terms of coordination with the industry and all other collaborators. For the industries, I'm happy that the conversations are getting better and better. In the past, we would still have quite stormy conversations, and I'm glad when Paloma said, even in a global event, that was committed by the Kenyan industry to contribute to adding to the numbers of reduction of malnourished children. They had a target of, was it 1 or 2 billion? 1 billion in the world. And Kenya is counted in that number. So we are seeing the industry actually appreciating and saying, they have even developed a framework, an index for monitoring themselves, self-regulation. So we are seeing commitment. Even we didn't ask them, they have decided we are going to self-regulate. And I'm hoping that these medium ones will also transit to that, where now there will be self-regulation in terms of compliance to food fortification. We have also seen industry, by the way, they put their own resources in terms of money. They have to buy, for us, we expect them to buy the premix. You see, yes, they will recover in terms of the sales, but they have to buy the premix. They have to install the fortifiers at industry level. So we really appreciate that there's so much commitment that has happened. As much as we are saying there's a regulation, there is also a lot of good working relationship between us and the industry. To our collaborators who are the partners, I have mentioned a number of them. We still hope and we will walk the journey with you to see that we complete this good journey. I'm glad that we have emphasized on the need to conduct the micronutrient survey. So all of us also, we are urging, even industry and even the county governments, because the reason why the survey is very expensive, we need a lot of money to conduct the survey. It's because we want county level data on micronutrient status. People challenge us. Why are you doing blanket programs? Why are you giving supplements to all the pregnant women? You see, we need to have very good justification. If we find there are some areas that don't need supplementation, for example, we'll have to rethink. And that's why that survey is very, very important. So thank you very much for the conversations we have held. We thank KEBS, our major collaborators. We have worked very well with them. Our food safety counterparts in the Ministry of Health, thank you very much for the good work. National Public Health Laboratories, They help us with a lot of checking on compliance. So we are grateful for the engagement and the support that you have given us, including academia. We have already recognized them very well. So both small and big, thank you very much. Our counties, again, a round of applause for our counties. We have committed to say people should buy fortified foods. That's where counties come in. They promote the uptake of fortified food products so that they understand what is fortification, why do we fortify, then they buy. So that is what we do as government, including our counterparts at county levels. So I believe we are in agreement about the next steps. We have just highlighted in various speakers speaking. So I will not take much of your time. We are always available. We'll share the presentation. Several of you have asked, will you share the presentation? We are going to share so that you also pick some points from what we have presented in the various presentations. So at this moment, I think we can call Joanne as we give ourselves a round of applause. I know we ambush her very many times to pray for us for lunch and everything, but let's give ourselves a round of applause for the good job done. Mwai, are we okay? Is that okay? Is that all? Yeah, so I have an announcement. All county government officials and GMOA allied millers who received a logistics note from NI, they are requested to see a lady called Diana. Diana, you have to raise your hand from NI at the large upstairs immediately after the meeting. Lounge upstairs. So there's a lounge there. So those who I have said, you need to see Diana so that she can be able to speak to you. Thank you very much, and back to you. And for those who received awards, we have the packages for carrying the award. Don't carry the ngamia. Did we have a ngamia? Yes, don't carry it with your hands. So, karibu.
Thank you, Leila. Let's all stand, please. Let us pray. Father, Lord, we thank you. We bless you once again. Thank you. We asked you to guide us in this meeting during the morning. We thank you for every discussion. Thank you for leading us. Thank you for directing us. And thank you even for every commitment that has been made today. We pray that you're going to enable us. I pray for us, Lord, even as we go back to our homes. We speak journey mercies. In Jesus' name we pray and believe. Amen.